Yesu mulaiko Yesu. Shika kiuno kidogo hapa kidogo. Haya, teremka, 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 geuka, geuka. Haya, geuka, geuka. Baya. Chezea Mungu wako, usimuone haya. Shika kichwa kidogo. Very nice. Ripala. Please sit down, please, kindly. In case you are near or next to a neighbor, mwambie good morning. Kama inawezekana mpatie pia ka high five. Namna hiyo. It is good. A good morning. Wonderful. Asante.
Thank you so much, Kayamba Africa. Let me request that we notify our colleagues who are outside there that we are just about to start. I was within the stands, and of course there are a few people there and there. But if you can get more of them be here, to come in here, we'll really appreciate. I don't know where they are. I've been to the exhibition arena, and of course a few number of us are there. So if you have anybody who's out there, kindly remind them to be here so that we can start. But at the same time, it's good to appreciate those of us who have managed to be here so far. This early morning is a Friday, is the last day anyway. So let's appreciate ourselves and say thank you so much. We're just about to start. Anytime from now we'll be starting so that we can finish on time. As you heard yesterday, we have until midday or just before lunch, and then we break and call it a day for this day on Friday. And of course, we bring the whole conference to an end, and thank God for the journey that you've had so far. So kindly, if you have any colleague who is around here, let me request you to assist us and mobilize them and whip them to be in the conference hall so that we get the quorum to start, so that we can get the quorum to start officially what is going on. As always, let me continue to appreciate our top sponsors and all other partners and exhibitors we have been together. We've kept on appreciating so much Top Pipe for the good work they have done. They have been with us for the last 4 or 5 years now, giving us a lot of support to make sure that this conference succeeds after every 2 years. So let me appreciate Top Pipe so much. CPF, WASREB, Water Fund, silver sponsors are Aqua for All, Cooperative Bank, Apex Piping, Water.org, and NL Netherlands. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our bronze sponsors, Family Bank, Kenya Accreditation Service, Athi Waterworks Development Agency, Grand Force, Love Fund, Absta Sacco, NRF, the National Research Fund, GASB, WIWAS, and the Young Water Professionals Association of Kenya for the good work they have done. And all the exhibitors, I'm told yesterday I forgot to mention NORWA. NORWA stands for No Reliable Water in Africa. It's an organization that is pushing very hard to make sure that we convert the little water we have to be potable and so that our people can use. So NORWA, thank you so much. Maybe in case I forgot you yesterday, Forgive me for that. Also, there's another organization called Kijiji. I think there's a lady who was here yesterday. Kijiji does the purification of water to a better standard using very simple filtration mechanism for domestic use. Let me also appreciate them. When I went around this morning, I found a few of us who are already in the exhibition. One of them was In-Depth Research Institute, led by a guy called Silas Chirchir. Their responsibility mainly is to train and capacity build water services providers, and that's why they are here. So among them, of course, most of us are back, and we want to appreciate all of you. I'm looking for a quorum so that we can start anytime from now. I know time is not on our side. Today, the last day of this conference. In some few minutes past 9. Let me hope that by 9:30 we'll be kicking off. So kindly request your team to be here. I believe you had a wonderful evening after yesterday's gala dinner and the award ceremony. Let me request that you can notify our friends to be here. And our colleagues to be here, so that we can start together. As I continue appreciating the team that's already seated. Of course, I'll not forget to mention my own chair, Central Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agency, Honorable Mathenge Nderitu, and our director, Honorable Tuitoek, and other water company MDs and chairmen who are also here, the staff who are here. Please, let's assemble here. So that we can start. Chairman Olkalau, Daktari Mwenyewe, asanteni sana. We can notify our colleagues to be here so that we can start. So if we give ourselves another 15 minutes, I'll be kicking off today's program officially. I know we have presentation by a number of us. Engineer Mary Omaida is one of them. And of course, WASOP country manager Anthony Ombugo will also be on stage today. You can check your program, of course, online or the version that you are given so that you can move together. Kayamba Africa, as we spend the next 15 minutes together, as we start again, just come back, yes.
Wala watoto wake kuombaomba mikate barabarani. Mungu ni mwaminifu kwa ahadi zake wanadamu. Mungu ni mwaminifu kwa ahadi zake, si kama wanadamu. Akiongea Yesu ameongea. Akikuahidia kitu Baba ameahidi na ujasiri. Atatenda kwa wakati wake yoyo. Ninamuita Bwana wa amani. Ninamuita.
Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes in our sanitation and water infrastructure. In terms of technology and innovation, Apex Piping Systems has continued. Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes in our sanitation, and water infrastructure. In terms of technology and innovation, Apex Piping Systems has continuously invested in state-of-the-art facilities that ensure that their products meet international standards for products that are built for the future, climate smart, and also sustainable and efficient. As proud sponsors of the Kenya Watson 2025 conference, we are aligned to the theme, driving innovation, sustainable solutions, and climate smart wash solutions. We welcome you to our booth where we will be able to showcase our latest technology and smart innovations that will be able to drive our water and sanitation infrastructure ahead.
Kenya's water sector is grappling with a range of persistent and complex challenges that hinder access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. Rapid population growth, urbanization, and the effects of climate change have intensified water scarcity and placed immense pressure on aging and inadequate infrastructure. Then there is the battle against invisible losses. Non-revenue water, which is basically water treated but does not generate revenue for water utilities, is a big challenge for many water utilities in the country. And the question is, just how can water service providers reduce their non-revenue water?
When you don't choose your pipe right, you will always have failures. Number two, when you don't choose your right valves, you will always compromise with your flow ratios. So these are some of the things which we always keep on educating our engineers, and we always inform the WSPs to use the right technology.
With these valves and products, we ensure that we are able to deliver top-tier and comprehensive engineered solutions that will be able to be efficient, robust, and also climate resilient.
The water losses that we are recording currently of about 40%, in our estimation, the bulk of it is what we call commercial losses. And commercial losses is basically stealing, yeah? Either through illegal connections, not having meters that read properly, and all these issues. So if we deal with that, it will go a long way in terms of improving access to water services.
In a world grappling with climate change and water scarcity, the quest for sustainable water and sanitation solutions has never been more urgent or more innovative. Across Africa and beyond, bold new financing models, breakthrough technologies, and forward-thinking partnerships are transforming how communities access and manage water. Across forward-thinking utilities, the analog era is ending. Smart meters and AI-driven systems are replacing human error with digital precision.
Tech is the modern world. Without embracing technology, then the country, the ministry, and most of the country will lag behind. One, now we have smart meters. This idea of meter readers has been existent for years. People who are mostly to make mistakes when reading those numbers. And you know those numbers in the meters are small. So those contribute to our non-revenue. So we're asking our water service providers to embrace smart meters.
Non-revenue water, a hidden crisis, one that doesn't make headlines but bleeds the sector dry. From smart infrastructure to climate-resilient investments, a new wave of solutions is emerging. Solutions that not only protect vital resources but also power economic growth and social equity. With about 995 billion Kenya shillings funding gap in the water sector, Kenya is rewriting the rules of water financing. From green bonds to pension fund investments, new models are proving that water infrastructure can be both socially impactful and financially sustainable.
We are looking at blended financing. We are looking at private-public partnership, which is very, very key. There's already a policy on that. We are looking at tapping into the capital market, the green bonds. We are looking at a climate fund.
For the first time, we've seen with the government understanding how the water sector works. There is no direct financing to the sector. And because of that, we're able to review the law. And now we have PPPs, that is public-private partnerships. We also have PIPs, that is privately initiated projects. Those kind of financing models that were non-existent are now in existence, and there are quite a number of people who are executing them, or one way or another, they're exploring how to make use of them.
We collect from the water sector the pension contributions, and because we are the administrators, we are able to add it onto the pool of funds we have. And working with our fund managers, or the fund managers who manage the funds of all these organizations we are administering, we, through our institutions, one of our institutions is actually called CPF Capital, is able to create a transactions instrument which will enable the pension funds to invest through either an infrastructure bond, a corporate bond, or an asset-backed security for the purpose of building most of this infrastructure requirement.
Through the National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, NAWASIP, we are ensuring that all water infrastructure projects submitted for funding consideration, whether from donors, GOK allocations, PPPs, meet minimum readiness thresholds. This includes technical feasibility, environmental and social safeguard, and also utility level governance and capacity.
As climate change accelerates, so must the innovation. From AI-powered drought prediction to Internet of Things-enabled sanitation systems, Kenya's water future will be built on technologies that don't just solve today's crises, but anticipate tomorrow's challenges. The time to innovate, collaborate, and lead is now. Be part of the solution.
As Top Pipe, which is part of Tile and Carpet Center Limited, we are very, very proud to be part of Kenya Water and Sanitation Conference this year. We have been sponsoring this for the past 3 years. Here we are with international partners as well to show you and demonstrate who we are, what we can do, and how we can solve your problems. So come over, we have the
Kenya Water and Sanitation International Conference and Exhibition in June, that is next month, from the 23rd to the 27th. This is a biannual conference that we normally hold in partnership with the Ministry of Water and Irrigation. So this year we're going to be in Mombasa, and we hold this conference so that, one, we celebrate the successes we've had as a sector, and number two, we look at the challenges we have, and of course when we have challenges, then we must come up with solutions. This year is very, very interesting for us because we are focusing on 4 thematic areas. Number one is digitization and adoption of technology to help us leverage on efficiency. Now the other thematic area, which is also very, very key, is financing models. We are looking at innovative financing models because there's a huge financing gap when it comes to in the water and sanitation sector. The other key pillar, of course, is climate resilience. Climate change is real, and as water sector players, we cannot leave issues of water resource management to one body. So it has to be a concerted effort from water service providers to all other bodies. I invite sponsors, partners to come on board. You can come in as a as a delegate. You can have a convener session, you can come and exhibit, you can come with case studies of solutions that you have adopted elsewhere. You can come with innovations. I mean, it's about creativity here, it's about ideation. Come and showcase what you have. I can assure you it's going to be value for money.
As Top Pipe, which is part of Tile and Carpet Center Limited, we are very, very proud to be part of Kenya Water and Sanitation Conference this year. We have been sponsoring this for the past 3 years. Here we are with international partners as well to show you and demonstrate who we are, what we can do, and how we can solve your problems. So come over, we have the technology, we have the know-how, and here we are to show you the biggest pipe manufacturing and what we can do, what you have not thought of. Please join us and support us together as Top Pipe.
Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes in our sanitation and water infrastructure. In terms of technology and innovation, Apex Piping Systems has continuously invested in state-of-the-art facilities that ensure that their products meet international standards for products that are built for the future, climate smart, and also sustainable and efficient. As proud sponsors of the Kenya Watson 2025 conference, we are aligned to the theme, driving innovation, sustainable solutions, and climate smart wash solutions. We welcome you to our booth where we will be able to showcase our latest technology and smart innovations that will be able to drive our water and sanitation infrastructure ahead.
Water and sanitation are critical areas where we need to raise awareness. And as National Research Fund, we've also funded several research projects in the water and sanitation space. So we are encouraging our researchers whom we funded to come and participate in Water and Sanitation Conference that is happening in June this year. Our technology plays a clear and critical role in delivery of water services, from smart metering to prevent water losses. So we need to ride on technology so that we're able to ensure the utility of water does not go to waste. Under the PPP framework, we are enabled to get funding, as you're already aware that global funding, that is from the USAID and other partners who've been funding water sector, they are dwindling in terms of support. So bringing in the private sector will ensure that there's continued support and there is continued clean water that are accessible to homes. As we all know that water is life, and having clean water is essential right to each and everything. See you in Mombasa.
Kenya's water sector is grappling with a range of persistent and complex challenges that hinder access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. Rapid population growth, urbanization, and the effects of climate change have intensified water scarcity and placed immense pressure on aging and inadequate infrastructure. Then there is the battle against invisible losses. Non-revenue water, which is basically water treated but does not generate revenue for water utilities, is a big challenge for many water utilities in the country. And the question is, just how can water service providers reduce their non-revenue water?
Anapojaribu hapa, simama. Tunaenda. Nimesema tunaenda. Statue. Tusimame pole pole. Bado ndio tumeanza. Tafadhali patia mwenzako high five. Umecheza vizuri sana. Mwambie ndio tumeanza. Na unajua we are dealing with water. Nataka tuoge kwa sababu si ni watu wa maji. So jipe space kidogo, nataka tucheze kabla tuanze. Jipe space. Wala wamekaa tupigieni makofi. Wala wamekaa, nimesema wala wamekaa.
All right.
Wala wamekaa tupigieni makofi.
Tokidi.
Wanajijua. Haya, jipe space. Hii ni simple, tunaenda Ukambani. Kayamba Afrika tunaimba nyimbo mingi. So sikia hii. Ukisema tu una march. Twende. Haya, twende tuanze kumarch. Higo. March kama Mukamba. Chesa kama Mukamba. Twende. Tunaendelea kumarch. Atiaje? Tunaendelea, twende. Simama hapo niangalie. Tunaenda. Chini. Juu. Chini. Juu. Tunaenda kama Wakamba. Chini. Juu. March basi. Tunaendelea kumarch. Una march kidogo. Rudi pale. Tunaenda. Chini. Juu. Chini. Juu. Tunaoga sasa. Oga sasa. Hebu oga. Unaoga sasa. Tunatoa uchafu. Hebu unyonyeshe. Tuoge vizuri. Tunaoga. Simama. Angalia mwenzako. Muongeleshe. Mwambie kwa nini hajaenda shule. Muangalie. Unamwambia nini? Muongeleshe tena. Unamwambia fanya aje? Aende shule. Na masomo ni vizuri. Sasa tunaenda. Mikono juu. Siweka chini juu. Twende chini. Tunaenda chini. Nataka uniangalie sasa. Kamba, twende hivyo sasa. Cheza kama Mukamba. Wewe cheza kama Mukamba. Zunguka kama Mukamba. Twende. Haya. Kuna Wakamba wengi hapa. Twende. Hapo tu. Twende. Atiaje? Anataka kujaribu hapa sasa. Tunaenda ipande. Tunarudi huku. Tunaenda huku. Wapi? Twende. Ati wapi huku? Hapo. Wale. Haya, nataka sasa usimame. Haya, weka miguu tayari. Hii sasa ni Ukambani kabisa. Hapo. Waspa. Cheza. Waspa. Hapo. Haya, nataka kubadilisha pia sasa. Umelela. Hapo. chini. Nikisema chini unabaki tu hapo. Alafu unasimama pole pole.
Oza vinya.
Tujipigie makofi.
Na ndo kawatabia muondo.
Tumefanya vizuri. At least kuna wale wamedance, wale waja dance tutawakujia. Thank you.
Asante sana Kayamba Africa. Wow, for that jing, I think you are now ready to go. Thank you so much and welcome. We undertake today the 5th day of our Kenya Water and Sanitation International Conference and Exhibition 2025. Let me appreciate all of you for coming in so that we can start officially. I know most of us are still trickling in as we move on. We need to start. It's some few minutes to 10 and we need to start and we need to move on. So let me invite Madam Mary Mariga to come forward here. And as our culture and norm, we open officially with a word of prayer. And then I will invite our moderator for the first session in the morning to take us through. That is my good friend John Muruka from Wasrep, who will be the moderator for the first session. Karibu sana, Madam Mary, so that you can take us through. As she comes, I've realized I've not mentioned at any time Water Sector Umbrella Pension Fund as one of the sponsors. They are, of course, administered by CPF, and they have been our partners. Water Sector Umbrella Pension Fund, thank you very much.
All protocol observed. Good morning. My name is Mary Mariga from Kakamega County Water and Sanitation Company. Let's kindly stand up and come before the Lord in prayer. Let us believe and pray. Heavenly Father, we really appreciate you so much because you're good. Thank you for being with us from the day one. And this is the last day we say we are so grateful. Lord, we have learned a lot. We have eaten a lot. We are blessed, and we appreciate you, Father. As we continue with the program, Father, we pray for your Holy Spirit to be with us. Give us understanding, Lord. Give us the purpose to implement whatever we have learned from this conference. And bless all those, Lord, who've been involved in setting up this great event. We appreciate you, and we honor you. We do pray and trust through Christ our Savior's name. Amen. Thank you.
Yeah, we can take our seats. I know you have the program, but as if you can check from your program, either the hard copy version or the online version, we are supposed to be inviting our former chair WASPA, Engineer Daniel Nganga, MD Muranga. I hope you're in the house. I've been trying to find out or locate where he is, our MD, to invite us officially. After that, we'll be having the plenary session. That is a policy, innovation, and governance for resilient, sustainable water and sanitation. We have a number of speakers, specifically on navigating policy windows, sanitation management policy. That will be Engineer Mary Wamaitha, for Director, Sanitation Management from the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, and the other speakers. Let me allow Muruga to introduce them. But our speaker 2 will be on climate resilient, urban wash, opportunities for climate financing. Anthony Mbugo will be there. After that, we'll go for our tea break and come back for the concurrent sessions. The caucus of Deputy Governor COG, speaker will be Ruben Kamuri, the chairperson of the caucus of the deputy governors. And then we'll have our sessions in Barracuda, as always, Sailfish. We'll come back for the plenary at 12 p.m. We'll come back for the plenary at 12 p.m. We'll be led by our CEO, WASPA, Anthony Njaramba, which will run all the way possibly until 1:30 p.m. 1:15 p.m. As he said yesterday, we'll be closing early this time today. So by 1 p.m., I think we'll be done. And then we have the closing ceremony, and we break and close the 5-day conference. For exhibitors, let me still encourage you. We'll be visiting the stands as we continue. Any guests you receive today, we'll take them through the stands. So please, let's keep our stands alive until 1 p.m. As we said yesterday, by midday possibly, or 1 p.m. we can start breaking up, and we close the exhibition arena also. So please just be there in case of any visitor. We will be bringing them also to our exhibition. So at this moment, let me invite our moderator for this first session, my good friend from Water Services Regulatory Board, Wakili John Muruka. Can you appreciate him, please, as he comes forward? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos. Our distinguished delegates, our partners, and all our board of directors who are present, good morning. Yeah, it's my honor this morning to welcome you to this session. The session, Krista, in policy innovation and governance for resilient, sustainable water and sanitation services. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we gather at a very critical time when we all know that our water and sanitation systems are being faced by various challenges due to climate change, increasing growth in population, rapid urbanization, and we are all faced with this challenge of ensuring that we have the service provided to Mwananchi. Our Constitution of Kenya, under Article 21, has put an obligation to the national government and the county governments to ensure that we have policy measures in place, instruments that will ensure adequate supply of water and sanitation services to our citizenry. So this morning, it is my honor to introduce the speakers of the day. We are going to start our session by a presentation from our Director, Sanitation Management from the Ministry of Water, Engineer Mary Wamaitha. I'll read her profile. Engineer Wamaitha is currently serving as the Director of Water and Sanitation Development at the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. In this capacity, she represents the Principal Secretary on the Board of Directors of Tana Waterworks Development Agency, an institution mandated with the development and management of water and sewerage services in the Tana River Basin. Engineer Wamaitha has been actively involved in dissemination and sensitization of key water services policy, including the National Water Policy of 2021 and associated strategies and regulations. Engineer Wamaitha holds a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering from the University of Nairobi. Please put your hands together to welcome Engineer Wamaitha for this session. Karibu, Engineer.
Good morning, all protocols observed. I hope we had a great night. It's good for Kayaba Africa to really have taken us through that morning session. We needed it. So I think I would like to proudly applaud us because most of us were involved in the development of the National Water Sanitation Investment Plan. And we can see that that document has become a key reference point for financing in both the county and the national government. And policies has become part of what I love doing most, apart from being an engineer. I feel like I am more of a policy maker, and it is an interesting field. So I'm hoping by the time I finish this, I will have at least gotten a few other people into policy making and implementation. So I also head the development cooperation in the ministry, and I would like to thank all our development partners who are here with us for this session. Okay, so today we look at a document which we are proud of. And this document we call the National Sanitation Management Policy. Right now, it is a sessional paper. We call it sessional paper number 7 of 2024. And this document is supposed to guide us into achieving safely managed sanitation for all by the year 2030 and beyond. So this sessional paper has been developed by the ministry with the support of one of our key development partners, that is the APHRC. And it was done through a very consultative process. Policy formulation, you note, is a very consultative process. Actually, policy formulation, I would say, is a memorandum of understanding between a government and its citizenry. Yes, that's what I would call a policy document. If you look at the Kenyan statistics, we say that 93% of Kenyans have access to basic sanitation. When you look at nationwide, for sewerage, we are at a mere 16%. That has effect on health because we noted that 35% of the Kenyan children have developed something we call severe stunting. Yeah? So also because of that, we have a very high disease burden, which has an economic loss of US dollars 365 million or 50 billion annually. And this is according to the World Bank report of 2010. And you can see we also lack a unified approach to sanitation management within our institutions. And therefore, this necessitates that the government immediately develops what we are calling a memorandum of understanding between itself and its citizenry. So, of course, while doing this, we are obliged by the Constitution of Kenya to be able to achieve reasonable, and look at the words make all the sense. You know, I learned this from Kewasnet. Yeah? Words make all the sense. In our Constitution, we say reasonable standards of sanitation. Whether that is sufficient or not, yeah, it depends on us. But in the SDG, we say safely managed sanitation. And that's why aligning ourselves and our policy with the international benchmark makes all the sense, because we adopt safely managed sanitation for Kenyans. So in the past, of course, we are Ministry of Water. We have tended to say the water policy, right? And sanitation was entrenched into the water policy. We need to align, as I have said, with the Kenyan Vision 2030, the Goal Declaration, the SDGs, because SDGs not only define our global commitments, which we are part of, but also give definition and substance to what we are doing. And there's a document there, a policy guideline, the African Sanitation Policy Guideline, which we are part of under AMCAO. And this document also forms the rationale for the policy development. So the RIGO framework comes in handy. It's what we have talked about. I'll not talk about this, but I'll talk about number 7 and 8, which is the Public Health Act also, which was consulted, and the MCA Act. Now, in policy development, you need to know where you are coming from, right? So what has been happening in sanitation management within the years? In the year 1921, that's the first time that, we talked or we thought of sanitation. But this sanitation is, the sanitation the way we used to know it. And the first sanitation policy framework was developed in 1921 under the Ministry of Health. And then it later developed into a public health ordinance in the 1950s. And this was basically to do with sanitation standards in buildings and premises. Post-independence, that's 1960, we start seeing the development partners coming in handy. And we developed something called the Environmental Sanitation Program. So this one was supposed to guide the wastewater disposal and also provide sanitary education. And you see, words make all the sense. Because as we progress, you can see we are moving from basic knowledge, now we are moving to waste disposal and sanitary. Then in 1980, the government decided to look at sanitation in a more strategic way, and they had a council. It was a council that was developed, and it was supposed to sensitize. Now we are moving to sensitization, to sensitize the population and local authorities on the benefits of proper sanitation. And then we went quiet. Yeah? So in 1999, we had the sessional paper now, which we are familiar with, which now separated functions of water resource management, water service provision, water supply, and sewerage. You see? And this formed the basis of the institutions under the Water Act 2002. Then after that, of course, we now started getting realigned with the Constitution of 2010, and we have the Water Act of 2016. Now, after that, we are now looking at the sanitation management policy. How many years post-independence? So the figures explain themselves, don't they? So policy becomes an MOU, and I say it's an MOU between the government and its citizenry in achieving human rights. So of course we tried to make an attempt in item J on Kenya environmental sanitation and hygiene policy, which was, at that time was being done by the Ministry of Health. But you see this also, the Ministry of Health was also very strategic on eliminating open defecation and then sustaining 100 rural and urban sanitation, yeah, and also to increase public investment. But what did we lack? The institutional framework to implement that. So despite these policies, you can see we don't have a coherent and all-inclusive legal framework to enable us to achieve safely managed sanitation by the year 2030. So the process of the policy development started in 2020, and there was a national steering committee that really guided the entire process. The process of policy formulation starts with, first of all, analyzing what we have analyzed with you and developing areas of improvements. Then consultations, and nowadays, after that, you have a document pre and post drafting, and then you have to seek the, initially we only used to seek the cabinet approval, but now the sessional paper has to go through parliament for approval, and then it's launched. So currently we are at parliament, and we are almost done with that process. The committee has to be all-inclusive to represent every interested party, as you can see there, the Private Sector Alliance, the Water Sector for Urban Poor, the KEWASNet, Kenya Water and Sanitation Network, the private sector, and the national government institutions. Of course, through a very consultative process. Remember, because you don't want to go wrong. You, as government, you do not want to develop a document that is not citizen-oriented. Otherwise, who will own the process? And you're talking of a basic human right. So I want to educate us a bit. We were talking about Millennium Development Goals some times back, and these only dealt with containment. That is how we were defining sanitation, right? But now we are moving into the SDGs definition of sanitation. And there we are looking at the entire process from emptying, from containment, emptying, transport, treatment, and end use. For a sanitation system to be considered safely managed, it has to pass through all those tests, all those stages, and assured that the quality, the output meets the standards that are expected to be for each one of them. We are no longer planning for sanitation project-wise, you know. Sanitation has to be county-wide planning. So, and I'm seeing as we progress, it will also be inter-county approach to sanitation development. It shouldn't be just one project, and I think that's what Nairobi Rivers were telling us yesterday, that planning for sanitation management has to take an overall approach. So what are then the objectives of the policy? And I think from here you can easily tell. The first objective is to have climate resilient and innovative sanitation technologies. It rests, I think this one is perfect. It fits within our expectations. Then we need to accelerate. And the word is not to achieve, it is to accelerate. Meaning if we are in a comfortable position, we need to get out of that comfort zone, right? And accelerate access to safely managed seaward and non-seaward sanitation across the service chain. Eliminating open defecation is a priority. Actually, in our SIP, the government has committed to reprioritize 1 billion Kenya shillings to elimination of open defecation. Then we need to have proper and safely managed sanitation in our institutions. Number 5, we need to have a change in behavior so that we can accelerate uptake of safely managed sanitation. Then we need to strengthen our institutions and then enhance financing and then strengthen sanitation research. I was in a very interesting session yesterday, and we could tell that we put like 15% averagely for innovations, for capacity building, technical assistance. Actually, our project's technical assistance takes a whole lot, but little goes to sanitation research. And now we need to repurpose that thinking, that we really start engaging in sanitation research. Nothing stops us from the county governments or national government institutions from signing memorandums of understanding with research institutions. So we need now to start repositioning ourselves into entrenching sanitation research into in our engagements. And this will help also accelerate sanitation, safely managed sanitation through implementing evidence-based sanitation interventions. The governance, I think we all know this. I don't need to repeat these ones. We know them in the Constitution, the human rights, the service provision. All these forms part of the policy. The policy has to be based on principles and values. On the policy approaches, I would like to stress on the multi-sectoral approach. Time to work in silos has really come to an end. We need to have a multi-sectoral approach so that we avoid duplications. And Engineer Njabi yesterday was saying we have to have an objective. What's our objective for sanitation management? And for Kenya, the objective for sanitation management is the water resources management. Because most of the times, if you look at our rivers, I think I don't even need to expound on this, but this is the objective for sanitation management in Kenya. So what then? After you do that, then you come with, okay. So after you do that, then as you develop policy directions. Now this is what makes up the policy. I'll go through the 8 of them, and I will only stress on a few parts. The first policy direction is promoting resilient and innovative sanitation systems and technologies. And then you have a statement. Then from the statement, you have the measures. So these measures, when you're doing your work planning, resource mobilization, they should be centered around this. And the first one here is on development of a national sanitation development master plan and financing framework. Already we have the NAWASIP, which we can build on. Then we have the national standard guidelines for safely managed sanitation systems. So this one we are responsible role in doing this, so that we have guidelines for sanitation management. And then certification of sanitation technologies, and this is because of the innovations that are coming on board. The second one is accelerating access to safely managed sanitation. And out of all those, I would like to stress on the elements of incentivizing the private sector and public sector, and also having an operation and management of simplified and condominium sewers. And this is where you cede part of your operation to a private operator to allow that party to take place. So for us to be able to do that, we are developing what we are calling a public sector delegation framework. So this one would define the standards that you expect, as government, we expect from the private players on the ceded areas of service provision. The other policy direction is on accelerating access to safely managed non-sewered sanitation. And here, because of the aspect of 60% of our safely managed sanitation will mostly come from the decentralized and on-site sanitation, then we need targeted guidelines and regulations for these methods of sanitation management. And of course, the certification process has to be very rigorous. The other policy direction is on institutions. And I think this one, we need to ensure that our institutions not only have a properly managed sanitation, but sustainably managed. I'm telling you, operated. Because we do toilets and our development partners do make interventions, but then within a short period of time, that intervention becomes redundant. And so this one, we need to really integrate it in our planning. Then there is hygiene education and behavior, and this policy direction aims at establishing a national multisectoral sanitation and hygiene education and behavior, and we intend to have this one incorporated into the curriculum. So this one will be incorporated in the curriculum. Sanitation management will be incorporated right from the early childhood development stage all the way up to the tertiary education. Then there is the issue of governance. What am I saying here with all this English? Is that the State Department for Water and Sanitation has actually separated the functions of water and sanitation. And this one is expected actually to go even within our counties, so that we have targeted approach on sanitation management. And it has gone further to separate the function of, the duties of sewered sanitation, non-sewered sanitation, on-site sanitation, and advocacy. So that is the kind of structure that you also should look at, so that you accelerate this key agenda. Of course, there is sustainable financing, and without institutions, this becomes a challenge. So let's really strengthen our institutions as we work towards having a sanitation master plan for investment. Now, during the consultations with our WASH partners, number 2 became very important, because we realized that only 0.1% of the GDP is allocated to sanitation. And we need to increase that to 0.5% of the GDP. So this one is very important to us, and we shall be taking it up. I see my water secretary is smiling at this. And then, of course, the sanitation tariffs. Now, on research, this one I have talked about. We need to develop a national research agenda to guide that is at the national level. But this one does not stop us from entering into memorandum of understanding with our research institutions. Yeah, so those are the 8 key policy directions. In your free time, you can look at them and see how you entrench them in your work plan, in your budgeting process, and also in your staffing levels. The implementation framework takes a national approach, a lot of political leadership at all levels of government. So who are the implementers? Who are the implementers of this? You know, when we presented this session of paper to our committee for Parliament, they said these are very forward-looking documents, yeah, because it seems to incorporate even the private sector. And we were made to defend that position, whether this is a government document or a private sector-oriented document. But I think it is a really forward-looking document where everybody, in fact, the involvement of all the other sectors, the private sector, the NGOs, the citizenry, the youth, if we just read this document, we will know our position. The research institutions will know our position and immediately take it up, right? And we'll be reviewing this because we are accelerating this to be able to achieve the universal access by the year 2030. So we'll be reviewing this annually to see how far we have gone. We have gone in the implementation of this policy. Yeah, so that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer. We appreciate Engineer Mary once again. For those who didn't keep time, we are exploring the topic navigating policy windows, sanitation management policies. And we'll switch to the next speaker. We'll also speak on the same topic. He kept time. He was here at 8 sharp. On behalf of this congregation, let me apologize, sir. Mr. Mamadou Diallo, Head of Policy Engagement and Communication Program at the Africa Population and Health Research Center. And Bwana Diallo is a seasoned policy analyst and development professional with a strong record of accomplishment in assessing policy frameworks, leading political economy analysis, supporting impact-driven policy change, and global advocacy campaigns. He has over 27 years experience in international development, working with the international NGOs, donor, interstate agencies. His work experience spans a variety of sectors, including agri-food, wash, health, energy, youth empowerment, and inclusive financial services. He holds an Associate of Art degree in Natural Resources from the University of Tunis, a Bachelor of Arts in Theology and Business Administration from Andrew University in the USA, a Master's of Philosophy in Anthropology from the University of Mali, and a Master's in Professional Coaching from France. Mr. Mamadou is passionate and committed to pro-poor development, justice, equity, and inclusion, and is the current head of Policy Engagement and Communication Program at the Africa Population and Health Research Center. Karibu, Mr. Mamadu. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome and thank you. It's really a pleasure to be here. I was given 5 minutes. Now I was added another 5 minutes. so very generous moderator. Anyway, yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here to represent African Population and Health Research Center. I know on the 5th day of a conference like this, I usually pray that there will be less PowerPoint presentations. So maybe somebody has prayed for, has made the same prayer. So though there is a PowerPoint presentation, I'm not going to do a PowerPoint. So your prayer has been answered. Thank you. Just to, I think it was Desmond Tutu that once said that there comes a time where we need to stop pulling people out of the river, go upstream, and find out first why they are falling into the river. There comes a time where we should stop pulling people out of the river, go upstream, and find out why, in the first instance, they are falling into the river. And that's the type of work we are doing at African Population and Health Research Center. We want, of course, to help people, to get people out of the river, but we want evidence-informed action. We want to go upstream, find out first why. And the why, based on evidence, we can inform the action that is being done. And the same thing, we want to find the why for policymakers to be able to take decisions to make policies that are based on evidence. So at African Population and Health Research Center, those are basically 3 things we do. We generate evidence. We try to generate evidence through research. I know you've heard from some of my colleagues, Professor Blessing, Caroline, Dr. Caroline, who have shared some of their experience during this. But we generate a lot of evidence. That's the first thing. We are research to policy organization. The second thing we do is we build capacity. Not only research capacity, but research and related capacity. Related capacity could be institutions, research institutions, it could be any actor in the ecosystem. It could be around financial grant management, it could be around how to write good proposals, and so on. And the third thing we do is really engaging policy. How do we engage policy? How do we work with the evidence either generated by our researchers or the evidence generated by other research? And how do we support policymakers to be able to use that evidence to inform policy decisions? And we are so glad and really humble and proud to have been associated to the process of the National Sanitation Management Policy development. This goes back as far as 2019, when we have started working with the ministry to get to where we are today. Just a month or 2 months ago, we were with Engineer Mary at the commission with the parliamentarians to try to explain one of the questions. What's your agenda? What are you gaining from this, you APHRC? Okay, yeah, I mean, policymakers always have some suspicions. Why? Because we know some NGOs there is something behind. Why? What is it that you guys are hiding? What is behind your support? Of course, we have to tell them we are a neutral, an African-led, African-based, African-founded organization that believe that it's time to provide quality, in fact, really robust evidence to our policymakers to make a difference. So I'll just summarize the insight I got from this process into 3 words, 3 simple words. So hopefully you could remember that. And fortunately, the words are ABC. So that's another way to help you. I think the first word, Mary talked about it many times, is alignment. Align. Ensuring that policies are aligned means 2 things. First of all, that they are grounded in our context. That the evidence that is provided, that whatever policy we are making, it's not just a copy and paste. It's not just a policy that is being transferred from somewhere to us, but they are grounded into our reality. Alignment also means policy coherence. And Engineer Mary just talked about it. Policy coherence, because as a country, the country has ascribed to some regional and global policies. So you don't want to develop a policy that will not be aligned, that will not be coherent with this global and regional commitment. And it's really interesting that Kenya, if this policy is finalized, Kenya will be the first country in the region, in Africa, to use really the guidelines to develop a full sanitation, the African guidelines. And that's really important. That's really not only innovative, but really setting the way forward. The second word after alignment is bundles. Bundle, the policy space is really, we have a lot of disjuncted policies. And when we approach policy development, usually we just look at one small bit of it, one small part of it. And I think you've understood when Engineer Mary presented how this policy really looked at the sanitation value chain. But we go beyond that. Even as we are developing this, we're also working on bills, sanitation bills, water bills with the Nairobi City County, but we are working on other related issues like menstrual waste management, policies, guidelines. We are working. So approaching policies in a systemic way, not just going to policies in a very disjuncted way. So policy bundles approach is, while you are thinking of policies, you think of how the different policies are connected. The third word for me, Mary said it again, it was collaborate. I think this is the process of this policy. I can see some people who have been really at the forefront, who have fought, who have supported, who have, but I think this is, I've been in the policy space for quite some time, but this is one of the processes that has been really inclusive, government-led, inclusive, but also multi-stakeholder owned process. So I just wanted to come here to witness to the fact that as an organization, we are committed to evidence-informed policy making, even evidence-informed decision making, going even beyond policy to practice. But during this process, I just wanted to say the example of this sanitation management policy stressed out how APHRC works, but ensuring alignment, ensuring that we look at a systemic way at the policies, not just disjuncted policies, and thirdly, encouraging collaborative approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mamadou. And ladies and gentlemen, that was a good session on bundling our national sanitation management policy, session paper number 7 of 2024. We switch gear to the next speaker, Mr. Anthony Mbugo, who is the current country director for water and sanitation for urban poor in Kenya. And Mr. Mbugo is known to all of us, but I'll have to do justice to read his profile shortly as he comes in. He is the current country manager for the WhatsApp. And previously, Mr. Mbugo served as the CEO of course, WASPA. And he holds a master's degree in business administration. Mr. Mbugo currently has undertaken a number of projects in his current job, which is, let me just read that. Under Mbugo's leadership at WhatsApp, Kenya has continued to implement impactful projects in various urban centers, including Nairobi, Mombasa, Naivasha, Nakuru, Kisumu, Malindi, and Eldoret, and Mavoko. These initiatives aim to enhance access to safely managed water and sanitation services, and particularly in low-income urban areas. Help me welcome Mr. Mbugo to the stage, please, with hand claps.
Thank you, Bwana Muruka, my long-time friend and buddy in the WASH space. I don't know who gave you my profile. I saw you struggling to read it. The Water Secretary, Engineer Lima, representing the Cabinet Secretary, Director, Engineer Wamaitha, Chair WASPA. Allow me to stand on all protocols that have been established throughout this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I was given a topic by the organizers of the conference. I can see the co-chair, Dr. Kabaria, smiling, sending me into the climate resilient urban space. So I'm delighted this morning because I'm standing before you in a very, very different role. In 2023, I was the one making a lot of noise here. But wanasema pesa itaki kelele, and that is why I've been calm. I thank God I've had the privilege to serve within the WASH service delivery space as managing director of 2 entities in this country, Siaya Bondo Water and Tililbay, transitioned into issue of policy, benchmarking, advocacy as the CEO of WASPA for the last 7 years. And 7 in Hebrew means perfect or complete. So I think I completed what I had to do in WASPA, then transitioned to WASAP, Water and Sanitation for Urban Populations. We have been known since 2005 as Water and Sanitation for the Urban Poor, but we have transitioned in the new strategic cycle. So WASAP is a water and sanitation specialist organization which was established 20 years ago and registered in Wales and England. So we operate in 6 program countries, and Kenya is the one of the program countries that I took the leadership mantle from July last year. So climate resilient urban WASH, opportunities for, thank you. Hii nataka majenzi. Thank you so much. So in our new strategic cycle that we launched recently, it is very bold, it is very transformative, and we have identified 3 big areas. So we have WhatsApp, that is the traditional WhatsApp that operates in program countries, and we are a not-for-profit registered as a company limited by guarantee. Although we exhibit at times behaviors of an NGO, we are not an NGO. We are a not-for-profit, but we also have a profit arm, which is called WhatsApp Advisory. And it is in a number of countries, including Uganda. So at times, it is not differentiated. I don't know if my colleague is here, the principal consultant of WhatsApp Advisory, the Profit, Engineer Philip Oyamo. But I think I have my colleague here, Harry, who is the project manager. Harry, you are around? So that I do justice and introduce you. So this is one of our big areas that we are giving focus, because climate change effects impact severely. In fact, one of the unprecedented challenges of our time is the impact of climate change on water and sanitation. So this cannot be ignored. And that is why when we talk of climate resilient urban wash, this refers to the wash systems, and it does not leave out the communities involved in those wash systems. Are they able to anticipate? Are they able to adapt on the severe effects of climate change? We know in Kenya, we're always on the 2 sides of pendulum. Either there is too much water that is destroying critical infrastructure, including the wash infrastructure, contaminating, and even at times ensuring that wash services are completely paralyzed. For us, we operate within the wash space, urban wash space, but with more specificity to the people residing in the informal settlements. We have dropped poor, and now we are referring to populations. Nobody wants to be called poor. So we are no longer water and sanitation for the urban poor. We are water and sanitation for urban populations. I think I'll need to allow this to sink, because poor is like profiling. You know, even when you are working, and those people who work, we supported the pro-poor KPI. So you would go there and people, who are these pro-poor? And some of those guys are not poor. So resilience, in terms of building resilience, is very, very important to ensure that there is continued service delivery. And what makes WASH climate resilient? And I'm happy that if we look at, I think, the Kenyan WASH space, there is a total paradigm shift. And Director Wamaitha, I'm happy that at WASPA, all the utilities were involved in developing that sanitation policy. I remember it was around 2020, 2021, and we are happy that it has mutated now into a sessional paper. But most of us have been working with this policy in our mind. It has been there, it is written, it's not approved, but we changed our behavior. I remember when we were talking to utilities, they were asking, what do we have to do with the toilets? But today, if you talk to the MD Kisumu, you will find things are totally different, because that is one of our location that we work with. And looking at the entire sanitation value chain, then you realize that there are important key players. Seaward sanitation is a paltry 16%, but Water Secretary and Engineer, when we did the sheet flow diagram for Kisumu, then we realized the safely managed sanitation moved from 33 to around 59%. Who were the greatest players and contributor there? It was not seaward sanitation. It was the on-site or non-seaward sanitation. And I'm happy that in terms of policy and regulation, WASAP has just supported the regulator in terms of development of the sanitation KPIs. And now the measurement is both on seaward and non-seaward. I'm juxtaposing this because I know when I go to opportunities of financing, it's easy for you, it's there. It's already in the NAWASIP. So, and that is why flood-proof toilets, and I think that is something that is now being picked up by counties, and I believe nationally that will also be picked up. So the seaward sanitation and non-seaward, very important, and I think the MD has already attracted some finance in terms of development of a waste-to-value fecal sludge treatment plant. Then you realize that if your toilets are not lined up upstream, then you don't have a product that will come to the FSTP. So that means now there is a shift and focus on both seaward and non-seaward. So nature-based solution, water reuse, recycling, I think the 4 R's. Reuse, reduce, recycle, and also recovery. And that is in terms of the entire circularity of sanitation economy. Early warning systems, and I think this is where AI and IoT, Internet of Things, is important. It will tell you about the level of water, be it in a dam, be it in a tank, be it in a river, so that those evacuation, those strong policy statements are made by people in government, that in certain areas you need to evacuate instead of waking up in the morning and you find a whole city is buried in water. So climate integrated urban planning, we can comfortably say that for many years you would find this is a problem. A road has been done, but the other side people are not being served. Then you have to cut again the road because the planning was not integrated. But I think this is something that is now happening between different government department, ministries and agencies, and even now at the local or subnational level where we have the county governments. I almost said, next slide please, and I'm the one doing the next slide. Wow. Now, before I go into that, I want to say about the other form of innovative financing, and I think this will need to find its way into NAWASIP, is that Kenya has positioned itself significantly in terms of the carbon market, and that is why we have the Climate Change Act. And recently we have the climate change carbon markets regulations, just preparing. And when I was looking around, I realized that it's only, I think, 2 institutions that have prepared carbon projects in WASH. Do we have Nazava here? I saw them in the booth. Do we have Aqua Clara? So, Bwana Secretary, those are the only wash projects that are earning carbon credits. And I'm happy to say that this being one of the big area, we are working with our funders in terms of preparing some carbon market projects in WASH in our big 5 cities. And we are looking at a mitigation activity proposal. Of course, you know, this is around the carbon footprint, reducing it. So I can see there is a lot of progress in forestry, where you have the forest itself, ecosystem, absorbing carbon. That is part of carbon sequestration, and also in agriculture. So I think as WASAP, working closely with the ministry and other community of stakeholders, we are trying to package, and we are looking at the challenges that are bedeviling us. When the impact report was launched here the other day, you realize that we are losing, our water losses are around 11.9 billion Kenya shillings. And this is another area that we want to look at, because we know pressures of water scarcity. We are a water scarce country. Then again, we cannot afford to lose almost 50% of what we produce, where there are inputs, there is manpower, there is electricity, there are chemicals. And again, when you look at the issues of energy, again, how do we manage our waste in terms of our waste water treatment plants? Because that fecal sludge, if it is not handled well, it is the one that turns to greenhouse gases and exacerbates the issue of climate change. So we are looking at one area as NRW, and the solutions are in the room. We have studied the case of Nyeri Water. They are just using district metered areas. In fact, last time I checked, they didn't have a smart meter. Maybe they now have. I don't know, Engineer Kahutu, if he's here. Nyeri, have you gone into smart meters? They didn't have even a single smart meter. They were just using, even the pipes were not HDPE. But now we are talking of HDPE. Now, in terms of service adaptation, even the type of materials we use, we're talking of DMS, and we are talking of smart meters and IoT. And this is something that we want also is being injected in the proposal in the 5 cities. So if we are able to substantially save what is lost, then that water is available, and it reduces even pressure on the existing freshwater resources. Because the danger, like in the coastal cities, it would be salt intrusion into the freshwater systems. So if Baricho is infiltrated with salt, then we'll have a problem within the coast in terms of supply. And that is why we are moving to look into adaptations, issues like the managed aquifer recharge. We have done a study for the Tiwi boreholes, just to track that water that comes in during the surface runoff, the flood. Fissures have been identified to drive this water into the underground aquifers, so that you have enough water now during the drought season to serve the communities around the coastal towns. So those are some of the interventions that we have, but now we want to package them and see if these mitigations can now attract carbon credits. And it's a project of around 10 years, so the first 3 years is to lay the groundwork, like collection of water systems. We have innovations like simplified sewer system in Nairobi, Mukuru kwa Ruben. We've done it in Naivasha. MD Kisumu is also doing another pilot. I don't know why you are doing another pilot and us, we are beyond the pilot, but that is how projects are created. And we have sufficient knowledge in that area, which still we can give pro bono because we provide technical assistance. But what we are looking up is these interventions, they are sustainable. Now we are looking for them to scale them up. And even scale out is allowed. We also want to scale out to other program countries, around 8 countries in WhatsApp. So these are areas that can bring now the carbon credits. If we are able to save that water, if we have that adaptation, and we are looking at our wastewater treatment plants, how do we now ensure that we are able to generate sufficient biogas and convert it to electricity? I was in a plant in Beneplat. Is it Beneplat? It is in Sweden. So what they were doing with their fecal sludge is to incinerate it and produce biogas. But because it was not sufficient, they were also getting organic matter from the household. And now the plant has generated enough electricity. They don't need electricity from the grid. And today, if you ask me, one single largest controllable cost of utilities is power. Many of them are shut because the power bills are either very high, leading from the cost here. I know Nakuru is a big challenge, Nairobi. The MDs will tell you that it was 15%, it is moving to 30%, and with the increase in tariff of Kenya Power, then you find it is eating almost 50%, whereas this is controllable. So if those wastewater treatment plant like Kariobangi, a biodigester can be put there, and we see how much energy can be generated, can it run even though some of the plants in Nairobi? So you'll find that that is another area of renewable energy. So I think climate financing in terms of carbon credits and projects, this is another area where utilities or private sector, I know Fresh Life is in this, is able to generate financing that can now finance other infrastructure projects within the utility. But the government also cannot run away from this water secretary. Put some money into climate financing and give challenge to utilities. Are you able to generate carbon credits? And if you are able, then you will be getting some financing in terms of maybe carrot and stick. I heard the PS saying that this money will be based on performance. So that is another area. Development financing, DFIs, these are traditional sources, bilateral donors. Sorry. PPPs, very, very important if we have to crowd private sector financing. Because in terms of private sector, you have efficiency, expertise for huge public infrastructure that requires huge capital outlays. This has been successful in the road sector. I'm told the expressway in Nairobi, wangapi wamepita expressway? And this does not demean anyone in this room. Ebu tuone, wangapi wamepita expressway? If you have not gone through the expressway, please try one of this day and become a local tourist. That is the only place I've ever driven a vehicle and realized that when I looked at the speedometer, it was lying down. This is 180. Then I said, Jesus, is it me? That's the only place you can enjoy the power of your car if you have it and test it. On a lighter note, because you're all heading in one direction. So it's good. But I'm told that project was done in 24 months. 24 months is not enough even for procurement of a large project in government. Is it true, engineer? 24 months is not adequate. At times it takes a long process. So PPPs are very good because they have the expertise. Today, if I touch the expressway and I'm going to the airport, I take only 5 minutes. You see the efficiency. But those days, you would take almost 3 hours. You can jump from the vehicle, you get to the Nduthi. So in terms of efficiency, and that is practical, because if you look, there is no. Ni Nduthi tu peke yake. Nduthi ni lugha ya majenzi ya pikipiki, si ndio? Nduthi tu peke yake ndio itakufikisha. So this is very, very important. And I'm happy that the government already has laid the structure, it has mapped, and private resources. So at our level, we are not envisaging those big PPs, and we have supported the ministry and WASREB to put a public sector delegation framework advisory. And I believe that will be a platform, a springboard, where they will now be able to do the framework itself. Because sanitation mandate is the owners, the gatekeepers are the county governments. But they don't have the resources to serve everywhere. You will find if you go to the slums, exhausters cannot get, you have the manual pit emptiers. So those are the relationships we are trying to create with the utilities. So bonds, impact investors, this is also traditional. In terms of green bonds, now targeting the climate change effects. And I know we've tried the blue bonds, but we have not made any progress. But these are also some of the innovative financing. Blended finance, that one has been tried in Kenya. Commercial banks and financial institutions. And I think when we became a middle-income country, there are no grants now directly to the utility. But if you come to WhatsApp, you will find that we have catalytic thin stream of grants because our projects are very catalytic, not very huge projects. So corporate social responsibility. Did you know if you want to produce 1 liter of Coca-Cola, you need 2 liters of water? For you to produce 1 liter of Coca-Cola, the one that goes into the product, the one that goes into the cleaning of that bottle, you need 2 liters of water. So those are some of the environmental sins these corporates are committing. So for them to come to environmental, social governance, corporate responsibility, they are financing projects. Go to Diageo, that is at the international level. If you come down, EBL. Do you know if you want to produce 1 liter of Castor beer, you are using 8 liters of water? Naambiwa pombe ni ya wadosi, hivyo ndo nimeambiwa. But the poor fall in love more with it than any other person because it's not a necessity. So, because they know that they are extracting more from the environment, they would want to give back in terms of wash projects. So, they're already funding some of our projects. I can see it's okay, I'm concluding. So, but this is where you can also tap into. So, climate funds, GCF, Green Climate Fund. Of course, the authority around here is NEMA. You have to work closely with NEMA. I think we have started discussions on how to deal with the issue of non-revenue water. It takes a lot of time in terms of project preparation, but they have good funds. I'm thinking if we have $1 billion in a project targeting NRW, that will support us. The carbon markets, I think we have the laws and regulation, crowdfunding, results-based financing, nature-based financing. And key consideration, there I'll not read but all of it, but strong project pipeline is very important. So for the carbon projects, The challenge is coming up with bankable projects, realistic budgets, and measurable outcomes. Because you need to prepare it, register it, then after some years, you start earning the credits. And there are people who commit environmental sins out of this country. And if you have carbon credit registered project, they will pay you for their sins to show that they are contributing to the environment. Capacity building is very important. The project we are doing now is a learning session, but this will be escalated even to the policymakers, the local authorities, the utilities, in terms of coming up with bankable. So data, I think this is now expanding. 10 utilities have collected data on sanitation, and I think the KPIs will be expanded as we go, even targeting the climate resilience WASH projects. Integrated planning, I alluded to this, and of course, community engagement is key. Asanteni, thank you.
Thank you for the reflections on climate finance, quite elaborate. Ladies and gentlemen, we're switching into now the next session, the panel discussion. I would like to welcome the following to the stage. Mr. Malesi Shivaji, the CEO of Kewasnet. Mr. Hezekiah Pire from the UN Habitat. Those who are around, we just move so that we manage time, we proceed. Engineer James Nganga, Mr. James Nganga from Nakuru Urban. Mr. Ross Nyakwana, State Council, Minister of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Mrs. Doris Mwangi, the Principal Legal Officer from National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority. And Ms. Tessie Makori from Water Resources Authority. Just, sorry, I was leaving out one person, Madam Gladys Wekesa from Transboundary Department. Okay, we'll progress with those who are present. Karibuni sana. I'm going to put some questions to the members before us to respond. I'll start with Bwana Shivaji. How does your organization contribute to the shaping of water and sanitation policy at the national and country level?
Thank you very much. So I represent Kewasnet, which is the National Civil Society Network on Water and Sanitation. And we represent three main functions through which civil society then participates in the policy process as a whole. On one part, we play a role of representation, and through this, we enable the voices of the general public, but also of the civil society organizations to be fairly and adequately represented in the policy process. And this has the value of basically undertaking consultation and representing actual voices at the grassroots or on the policy table. But also, it is really critical to also note that sometimes the policy conversation can seem very very complicated, very elitist, to the extent that the common mwananchi or grassroots organizations feel like they are unable to participate within that conversation. So one of the things that CHAOSNet does is to try and simplify the process, develop synthesized versions, create opportunities for this constituency to also interact with these policy documents at a much more layman perspective, and also then get the feedback from these levels back to the policy leads. Now, I think one of the critical roles that we then emerge out of this with is to deliver certain propositions that then represent these conversations that we have with the constituency, but also try and look at a balance of issues that is driven from our own analysis and the evidence that we have with regards to the potential policy implications from the propositions that have been developed, but also to look at whether there are alternative options and different considerations that we can propose on behalf of the people. CHAOSNet also has the critical role of identifying gaps that may arise from certain propositions in policy that would then potentially have long-term negative impacts. And I'm trying not to speak to specific examples, but basically to also promote options in policy that speak for the people, identify gaps, present evidence on already existing impacts or potential impacts, and also finally, which is really critical, to also analyze and potentially debunk certain theories whose impacts in the general or bigger projection of issues could end up having negative effects. But as civil society, I would say in conclusion that in doing all these things that we are really keen on is approaching it from a very cooperative framework. As Engineer Mary already mentioned, civil society have been part of this conversation of the policy framework, the example being the National Sanitation Management Policy, but also other different platforms, because we acknowledge the government leadership in this process. But as we engage in it, we are also really very keen to make sure that the public interest is at the core of this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question will go to Wakili Makori. The ministry recently processed the water resources regulation. The two houses, the Senate and also the National Assembly, considered and passed the regulations, which are meant now to be implemented by our sector institutions. So how does WRA, how does the Water Resource Regulations 2025 address the challenges of water scarcity, equitable distribution, and sustainable water management?
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for that question, Councillor Muruka. Now, to address the question that has been posed to me, I'll begin by appreciating that Article 43 of the Constitution guarantees every citizen the right to clean water in adequate quantities. Now, looking at it on that backdrop, then we have the Water Resources Authority that is established under the Water Act with a mandate to regulate the management and use of water resources in the country. One of the regulatory tools or the core mandate of the authority then follows, that is water allocation by way of issuing permits. Now, issuing permits is a fundamental tool that is used to seek to address the challenge of water scarcity. When you look at the Water Resources Regulations 2025, as Muruka has mentioned, they became operationalized in April this year, and they seek to operationalize various provisions of the Water Act, Cap 372. Now, the regulations have very extensive provisions on the permitting procedures. It, of course, begins by making it a requirement for all abstractors to apply and obtain a water permit prior to undertaking any water use activity or abstracting water. That is a fundamental way of ensuring that water scarcity is eradicated or is reduced. Now, in allocating water, of course, the Water Resources Authority is guided by various regulatory tools, including the water allocation thresholds and guidelines, which guide the authority when it comes to allocating water. Therefore, to answer that question, the first point that I would mention is the issue of allocation and issuance of permits. The second way, I would say the Water Resources Regulation seeks to address the issue of scarcity is the regulations provide very extensively on the importance of data. Now, water resources data is very important when it comes to making informed decision-making on allocation of water. This, of course, also helps with planning purposes and assists when it comes to allocating water, because then it is important to know the status of water prior to allocation. So with the data, then you're able to allocate water based on the water that you know is available. On the second question, which is on equitable distribution. Of course, this pertains to equity, which is, as we are aware, is one of the national values that has been enshrined in Article 10 of the Constitution. The Water Resources Regulations has various mechanisms in place to ensure that there is equity when it comes to allocation of water. The first one is on the stakeholder participation. Now, it's a requirement that prior to the issuance of a permit, the community-based organizations, which we know as the Water Resources Users Associations, popularly known as RUAs, are required to give comments prior to the issuance of any permit. This therefore ensures that at the grassroots level, the community is involved. The community has an opportunity to give their input on a permit or on an application prior to the issuance of a permit. And of course, I won't belabor on the fact of the permit and the water allocation, which of course is categorized from category A to D, with A having the permits that have low impact on a water resource, up to D, the ones that have maximum impact on a water resource. This ensures that there is equitable distribution. On sustainable management of water resources, the regulations are very extensive when it comes to those. There are various provisions that demonstrate that there is sustainable management of water resources. In the interest of time, I will only tackle two. The first one being water pollution. We have a whole part in the regulations that speak to the pollution control and water quality aspects. It has very extensive provisions on water quality monitoring by the Water Resources Authority. It also has very extensive provisions on the spillages, aspects of spillages, which makes it a requirement that prior to any spillage, there is the requirement to notify the Water Resources Authority, to notify any downstream users, and to also notify any person that is likely to be affected by the spillage. Of course, on the water quality aspects, we also have the requirement to apply and seek an effluent discharge permit. This is prior to any discharge into a water resource, and also the requirement to have in place an effluent discharge control plan, which then ensures that the authority is satisfied that prior to any discharge, the discharge meets the required set standards. And another aspect on the sustainable management would be the aspect of riparian, as well as the conservation, catchment protection. Now, this one stems from Section 22 and 23 of the Water Act, which empowers the Water Resources Authority to declare certain areas, critical areas, as catchment areas and as groundwater conservation areas. This, of course, enables the authority to develop management plans, which imposes additional regulatory controls on areas that are deemed to be very vulnerable and critical. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our question will go to our senior colleague in the profession, Madam Rose Nyakwana, who is the State Counsel at the Ministry of Water. How does the national water policy address the challenges of water scarcity, equitable distribution, and also sustainable management of water services in Kenya? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Muruka, for that question. The National Water Policy is an implementation of the Constitution, and it is a document which is an interpretation of the technicians together with considerations of the provisions of the Constitution. And what is clear is that it first acknowledges the human rights to water. And because it acknowledges the human rights to water, it provides for access to clean water in adequate quantities. And that is very critical. That lays the foundation on how it deals with water scarcity. Another issue is that the aspect of human rights to water as provided for in this national water policy is a concurrent issue. It is supposed to be undertaken by the counties as well as the national government. This is a duty that both the national government and the counties undertake. So the national water policy first lays that foundation. Then further, there's devolution that it provides for. The issue of county public works, which gives the counties mandate to undertake construction of works and also provide services. The services as devolved to the counties is like a responsibility that reaches the people and so addresses directly scarcity of water. Further, it also deals with compliance and standards, and that is being undertaken by the national government. The issue of consumer protection that is undertaken by WASREB to manage or to assist the WSPs as they provide services. So the national water policy is the foundation of every legislation that we do have in the water sector to provide for water, and that caters for the scarcity and water supply in general. Further, there's the issue of investment and planning, which is to be undertaken by both counties and the national government. We've implemented it further to Nawasip, but this was the foundation. The national water policy provided for inclusive way of considering investment planning in the water sector. And also it clearly provides for financing, how financing is to be undertaken. We all know that in the water sector, the issue of financing has been an issue. And we have had challenges, even though the national government provides for the budget for funding for water, but it is not sufficient. Even there are certain levies and water use charges being collected by the government, but they are not properly synergized, and they do not make a big impact, and so not properly also documented. And further, there are efforts by private sector and the communities to undertake also financing. And so the national water policy does provide a direction that a mechanism is to be provided for resource mobilization to enhance financing. Further, Council, you did ask about the water resources, and the national water policy also provides for management of water resources using the principle of integrated water resources management. And in the that principle, I can say that it first provides for mapping out of water resources themselves, the wetlands, conservation of the water resources. And also it does provide for, polluter pays principle. And also all that has been mentioned by colleague Stacy with regards to management of the water resources. So all the basis of what we have in the Constitution are already laid out first in the national water policy to be implemented in the Water Act 2016 and further the regulations 2025 that we have right now. And so that document was very critical, though it came before the Water Act, but it implemented the Constitution, and hence has really improved the water sector in terms of policy. Even though as Kenya, we are very good in policy. I remember the first day, the CS was talking about the people who come up here who are very clever, but then implementation is a challenge. So we really have clean policy and adequate policies, and the issue is implementation. Everything is provided for in terms of even looking at the issues of climate change and even financing, investment. But I think the question we need to look at now further is the implementation of the policies that we have. But we have adequate policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Help me appreciate Councillor Ross. And ladies and gentlemen, we come to the close of this session. Our focus was on policy innovation and governance for resilient and sustainable water services. These two pillars, policy innovation and governance, are the catalysts that will create new pathways to enable us to realize the vision on resilience and sustainable water services. It's therefore critical that the messages that we've harnessed from here, of course from the initial speaker, Engineer Mary, did an exposition of the current national sanitation management policy together with Mr. Mamadou, and we had critical issues coming out, the key focus areas that the ministry has laid before us as implementers on how to realize the sanitation vision. Our colleagues have reflected on the issue of collaboration, Bwana Shivaji, from the Civil Rights Organization, and which was also underscored by Bwana Mamadou in terms of policy formulation, collaboration in the process of policy formulation. But it shouldn't stop at that. When it comes to implementation, Mr. Ambugo has taken us through matters climate finance, and again, a rallying call to the private sector to join hands with the government in ensuring service provision to our citizenry. So that brings us to the close of this session. I would like to welcome our previous speakers, Mr. Ambugo, Mr. Mamadou, and Engineer Mary to the stage. We have a photo, and then we'll hand over the program to the CEO of WASPA. Thank you very much.
You're very quiet today. Did you have a good night? You had a good night? I did not expect some of you to be back in the morning, but this is very impressive on the last day and very alert. Though I can see some are struggling, but I have my brother from Cumberland. He used to tell me that pale umeamkia hapo ndo siku yako imeanza. So kama umeamkia saa hii siku yako imeanza. Kwa hivyo tushukuru Mungu umeanza, si ndio? So we have convener sessions, 3 of them, but we are going to do it differently. We've tried to merge them, so we will be able to go through all the 3 convener sessions and the topics thereof, and then after that we will close. Is that in order? That is in order, eh? Yeah, we want to apologize on behalf of those who are not able to join us, but especially from the leadership side, political leadership side, because we are all leaders. But you understand what's happening in the country. But we are safe. So we are all safe. Yeah? Chairman Wasreb, we are safe. Yeah. And I'm happy. Engineer Amaida, why are you doubting Chairman Wasreb? Huh? Chairman Wasreb has said with conviction. Yeah? You should not be in doubt. Anyway, having said that, we're just about to close. Probably by 12:30, we should be able to take a break. We have 3 breakout sessions, concurrent sessions. The first one was for, I don't know whether the Deputy Governor Laikipia is here. I had seen him somewhere. His Excellency, is he here? If he's here, he can join me on stage. That's the first one. And then the second one, we have, if he's not around, it's okay. The second one is a conference session for Aqua for All. I know Joshua is not here. I'm supposed to be in that one. Is Kasalu Mwanzia here? Kasalu, I saw Mwanzia with a red tie. Please come on, please come. We have Dr. Lawrence Tanui, MD Eldoret Water. Please join us. MD Nyeri, Engineer Kahutu, please join us too. And MD Nyandarua, CPA Dixon Njiru. Then we had another session on scaling water fund model for climate change, mitigation and sustainability. Colonel Omondi, Jumuiya Water. Engineer Muguna, Nairobi Water. Engineer Muguna, I was with him in the morning. Somebody get us Engineer Muguna. Then we have Dr. Stella Wanjala, Director of Water and Water Natural Resources Conservation. Is she here, Dr. Stella Wanjala? Dr. Stella? Great. So I'll moderate this session so that we can make it easy for everyone. You have a mic next to you. I would like us to start with Mwanzia. Can you tell us about the project Aqua for All, Water.org, COP Bank, WASPA, and the collaboration thereof, and how the project or the program is going to support the water sector? They have it? Okay, there is a small presentation. Do you have it? You don't have it. So as they are looking for it, maybe you can just make remarks and then we continue.
Yeah, is it good morning? It's afternoon. Thank you very much, Bwana CEO, for this opportunity. My name is Mwanzia Kasalu. I am from Cooperative Bank and I deal with wash financing. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Engineer Peter Kahudu, the MD, Nyeri Water.
Mwanzia? Okay. Engineer Kahudu, can you tell us, as you introduce yourself, can you tell us from your journey with Nyeri Water, from the time you are technical manager and now you're the MD, the impact of financing other than the grants and the loans you get from government? Where have you been able to get loans? How have you been able to get it? How has that commercial input into Nyeri Water had an impact to leading to where you are now?
Thank you, CEO. And for Nyeri, I think I joined Nyeri in 2016 as the technical manager, and we have a history because in 2002, the municipal council then of Nyeri, the defunct municipal council, was deliberate enough to go ahead and take a commercial loan. The company took a commercial loan worth 1.2 billion Kenya shillings, and the project was done and commissioned in 2006. Remember, this project started even before the devolution, the water sector devolutions of, or water sector reforms of 2002. And it has played a very key role because quite a number of projects were done. We did augmentation of water supply for the Nyeri town. Before then, the Nyeri used to have similar challenges as maybe some of the water companies have now, in terms of reliability, in terms of availability of water supply and such. But the project played a very key role, and we got a project financing from KfW. That is a German bank, though it was guaranteed by the Treasury. You'd imagine what 1.2 billion means those years. And out of it, we did a project, and then again, we are able to increase the water production. We also did sewer infills. Also, we did GS mapping and a bit of capacity building to our staff. And that is one of the reasons why probably when you talk of water supply of 100% coverage in Nyeri, that could be one of the reasons. So commercial financing has really done us good. Then lately, maybe some years back, like 2 or so years back, around 2017, we also participated through what we call output-based aid project, OBA project, through Water Fund to a tune of 250 million, and we were able to increase sewer coverage by adding 3,000 connections more. So we see a lot of value in terms of commercial financing, in terms of getting extra money or extra funds, apart from maybe the historic or the predominant one, which is the tariff. As we wait for the CEO to take a break, we also currently handling a sewer project amounted to about 200 million through the Water Fund again, was to cover some of the uncovered areas within Nyeri town. What there is in Nyeri, we talk of almost 100% of water coverage. But in terms of sewerage, there is a big potential because we are currently at 5, and we intend to take it to 50% in the next 5 years or so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Engineer Muguna has joined us, but before you give the microphone to Engineer Muguna, we have our treasurer, CPA Dixon Jiru, who is also the MD of Nyandare Water. CPA Dixon, what is the biggest gap in financing, especially in the WSPs, and how do you think that can be covered or narrowed?
Okay, thank you, moderator. First and foremost, my name is CPA Dixon Jiru. I'm MD Nyandare Water. Thank you for that good question. I'll answer that question based on my experience. I've worked in 6 water companies within a span of 25 years. I've been involved in various financing at various capacity, starting from being an accountant to being an MD. And one of the challenges has been how to come up with a good proposal which will be attractive to financiers. Basically, WSPs, you don't have good collateral to be able to attract the banks to give us loans, because we see we are supposed to be financing ourselves with our revenue, but because our revenue is not enough to cover both the recurrent expenditure and the capital expenditure, now you have to go to other areas. Now, our country, Kenya, now as becoming now the medium economy, so we are not attracting most of the grants from outside. And the grants which are coming, they are all conditional. So now we have to go extra level. We look for other finances from other banks and other banking institutions. So the challenge is that how can you get that collateral so that you can be able to get those good money which can be able to finance those capital works. And again now, the issue of revenue streams. because we need to ring fence this revenue coming from this capital works, which are generated from this capital works we have done. Now ring fencing, because sometimes we try to mix up with other expenditure, it's becoming a challenge. Again, I want to say also the governance issue also comes as a challenge, because now when you have these loans and start doing those capital works, their interest, especially political interest, start coming in, and you see other things now, your operations can become disrupted by those political wing. Those are maybe I can mention as some of the challenges we are facing. Thank you.
Engineer Mguna, I don't know, you are supposed to be here. I don't know who has, Engineer Kahudu, are you the one who has sent him away? Because I saw him come and then he disappeared. Pardon? Yes, while you are away, we decided that we are combining all the 3 convener sessions into one. So engineer is the one who was confusing you. Yes. So engineer, just come over here. So while the confuse of Engineer Muguna is coming on stage, I'll go to Dr. Lawrence. Eldoret is one of the first WSPs. Actually, in Eldoret, there was a feasibility study, I think that was sponsored by, I'm not sure you tell us who, for the first WSP to issue a bond. And that process will actually be the foundation in which all the other WSPs or any other sector, any other player in the sector, in the wash sector, will be able to parachute from. Are you able to, in a short, brief way, able to take us through how you've been able to achieve that, and what's the progress now, and how the outlook is as we move forward?
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Lawrence Tanui, MD Eldoret Water and Sanitation Company. Chairman, you talked about the project that we are undergoing together with CPF Capital. Looking at Eldoret and looking at the water demand, and we can't be able to meet the demand that is required in Eldoret. So looking at the feasibility study, we were able to do a feasibility study to show actually getting the water from the source and actually the return that we can be able to get it from the water. We actually came up with a project where we are saying we need to bring in the water, and this water, if we sell, we can be able to pay off actually the bond that we are doing. Through the Netherlands embassy, actually they were able to fund a feasibility study which shows the viability of the project and actually the design of the project that we can be able to do. And actually we are in the process of actually looking at documenting it. I know there is a lot of regulations that are really, we are trying to be able to follow. We are say that 50% of the process, there are regulatory issues that we are trying to sort out and actually be able to comply with the public-private partnership so that we can be able to do the project. And I'm sure this project will be able to open up the issue of the public-private partnership. Since we are saying this, if we do the project, it should be able to pay for itself. And for sure, through the feasibility study, we've been able to identify that it will be able to pay for itself.
Thank you very much. Engineer Mguna, you'll introduce yourself, but one of the things we would like to ask you as a premier water company in the city, in the country, what are the part of the policy recommendations for national adoption of water fund mechanism as part of the NCCAP implementation? I don't know whether I've confused you or you have understood what I've asked.
Nature Conservancy.
Yes.
Now, thank you so much, CEO. My name is Engineer Nashon Maingi Muguna. I'm the Managing Director of Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company. Now, we work with an organization called Nature Conservancy, which is an endowment fund to ensure that the catchment areas where Nairobi gets water are conserved. Now, Nature Conservancy formed Apatana endowment fund, which allows various beneficiaries of water in the city to plow back some money for conserving the sources of water for the city. Now, Nairobi gets water from Nyandarua, Kiambu, and Murang'a. We have no source of water within Nairobi. So from that, you know very well that the population of the city, of the country has been growing rapidly. And the areas where we used to have 10 acres, 15 acres, in Nyandarua, land has been subdivided to 2 acres, 1 acre, 3 acres. And arising from that, we are forced to see how we can assist in conserving the riparian land and also enticing the small-scale farmers to conserve land in their areas through planting of trees. And when you are telling them to plant trees, you should also show them the reason why you should be planting trees. Now, we have been educating them the need for tree planting, and where it is not possible, you entice them to plant trees which can be able to generate also revenue for them. So there are various trees we have been funding through that Nature Apatana Conservancy to plant those trees like avocado. We buy avocado trees. We buy these tree tomato trees to plant in their farms, so that when they are conserving their farms, they are also benefiting monetarily. Now, the biggest problem we have been having is actually encroachment to the riparian land again. That is along the rivers. The land which is normally bordering most of the rivers where we take water, Chania River, Thika River, they normally have very huge valleys. And those valleys, people want to farm on those valleys all the way to the rivers. So we encourage the farmers, when they are doing that, to do terracing and plant Nepian grass, and in some areas they plant trees. Now the trees we encourage them to plant in those areas are trees which can be able to conserve water and bind also the soil. Trees which bind the soil with their roots and conserve the water within their roots. So we also encourage them to plant bamboo trees in those areas. Now, who are these people who are the major beneficiary of water in Nairobi? We have Coca-Cola, who gives Nature Conservancy around, like on, actually on Saturday, tomorrow, they are supposed to be giving Nature Conservancy around 50 million shillings. East African breweries, they're also giving 50 million shillings. They have actually already given 50 million shillings for conserving the upper Tana rivers. That is Chania River, Maragua River, then there is Thika River, and many other tributaries which join those rivers. Why do we do that? Now, as I said, over time, the land in those areas have been going down, or the sizes of land have been going down because of population growth. Now, because of that, human activities have degraded the land, leading to sedimentation, or when it rains, there are a lot of sediments which end up in the rivers. When those sediments end up in the rivers, the water quality which we get from the rivers become very turbid. Actually, sometimes we get water of around 4,000 NTU, which is almost like a slurry flowing. And to treat that slurry, you require to use special chemicals, which are quite expensive. At times, we use chemicals like PAC, polyaluminum chlorides, which are very expensive to use over long term. Now, to reduce that sediment is why we encourage them to do terracing, tree planting, fruit farming. Okay? Thank you so much.
Before you hand over the mic, we're starting the next round of questions. Nairobi River Commission has been working with its initial source from Nairobi, where you are. What is the impact of their work vis-a-vis what you're talking about nature conservation?
Thank you so much. Now, the formation of Nairobi River Commission was a God-sent, actually, decision by the government of Kenya. Why am I saying it was God-sent decision? Over 40 years, Nairobi has not developed major trunk sewers. That is sewer lines which go along the rivers. Because the way Nairobi is, we have 4 major rivers. We have Nairobi River, which is the main one. Then we have tributaries, Ngong River. We have Mathare River, and then you have Q River. Now, these rivers is where the trunk sewers are constructed. And we normally construct laterals leading those major trunk sewers. Now, Nairobi River, those who knows, most of them have been actually sewer flowing in the rivers. So what you see as Nairobi River is not a river, it's a sewage. Because the trunk sewers over that 40 years have not been upgraded, they overloaded. So any object which goes into any of those manholes displaces a similar volume which pours into the river. And the way they are, again, some of them, because of also human settlement, they have sag. So because of sagging, or rather because of self-load sagging, they serrate. And once they serrate, they block almost permanently. And they actually pour the sewage into the rivers. Now, why did I say formation of Nairobi River Commission was God sent? When Nairobi River was formed, they came to our office doing, they were coming to be explained how we will clean Nairobi rivers, or how we will become partners in cleaning of Nairobi River. I remember Commissioner Hiva here, I told them your work is not actually removing garbage to the rivers. It's seeing how you can transfer sewage from the river to the sewer lines. And I remember they were very surprised, why am I saying their work is to look for money to do the sewer lines when they came to our offices. So we gave them the designs which are already we had done. They went to the Deputy President's office where they were domiciled before. They explained actually what we have been told. Our work is to remove sewage from the river to trunk sewers. And they went ahead, discussed, went to the President, and the President came with a program through them, of course, through Nairobi Rivers Commission, that Nairobi Rivers should be cleaned to become the front of the city. If you go to the developed cities, countries, if you go to, let's say, Amsterdam, everybody will want his house to face Amstel River. If you go to France, Paris, everybody will want his house to face Seine River. And that's why many of you are here today, and you'll be going to the beach later in the day if you have not gone to enjoy the nice breeze from the ocean. So arising from that, we were invited in State House and we discussed what needs to be done. And the President actually agreed we need to upgrade all the sewer trunks along the rivers. And he committed to use 14 billion to do the sewers along Nairobi River specifically, where the contractor is already actually doing the construction, plus a new treatment work at Kariobangi, the existing Kariobangi sewage works. Once that is done, in the next 2 years, because it's supposed to be commissioned somewhere in February 2027, you will see a clean river called Nairobi River. And before the other tributaries join it in Kayole area and the Dadora area. Thank you so much.
I'll take you to Mwanzia. I don't know if your presentation is ready. On the financing.
I think now is the good afternoon, and I'll be very brief because of two reasons. One, I know some of you might be traveling back to their homes, and I might be standing between them and their next flight. Number two, I'll be brief because here where I'm standing, I'm representing a bank. And you know, money speaks for itself. So I don't need to speak much about money. We have a program by the bank, together with the WASPA, Aqua for All, and Water.org. And I'll ask Leonard and Jamila, please stand up so that you can be seen. I do not want to take all the credit by myself. Please, Amma, you can even come here, please, to be seen. No, just come, please, in a minute. In a minute, please. So that is my team, and by coincidence, we are all wearing white. I don't know. Thank you so much. You could say something, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Leonard Obuna. I'm the Innovative Wash Finance Manager at Aqua for All, based here in Nairobi. I work closely with my colleague Joshua Kibet, who is not here today. We have a program with CoBank, Copa Maji, a blended finance, a results-based facility that is targeting infra projects for WSPs in Kenya. It's a pilot program that runs for 3 years. We work together with, co-financed by Water.org. The details of the program will be presented by Mwanzia. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. So my name is Jamila Kangahi Rajabu. I am from Water.org. We work with CoBank. We have had a relationship with CoBank for now about 3 years on supporting them to accelerate access to water and sanitation. And we are proud that we have reached this milestone to support CoBank again to support water utilities. So we hope by the time Mwanzia is done with this presentation, we are going to see a lot of traction in terms of getting financing, because there are very many good goodies that Mwanzia has in his basket.
Thank you very much. To my partners, that is Jamila from Water.org and Leonard from Aqua for All. The other key partner in this program is WASPA. As I do my presentation, you'll see how each and every partner will come to make this thing happen. Our key goal is to ensure that everybody in Kenya has access to clean, safe water and dignified sanitation. As you can see, in Africa, when you get a baby, the first thing is to give it a name. So our program is known and will be known as Copper Maji Loan Program by CoBank and her partners. And this loan program will be for water service providers. In front of you is the overview of the program. In basic terms, this program will look at 3 or 4 thematic areas, one of them being non-revenue water. If you have a challenge, a project that is trying to address non-revenue water, then we are there for you. The other thing that we shall be looking at is energy efficiency. We all know that power bills have been a big thing in our operational efficiency. So we shall also be funding programs to do with minimizing the cost of pumping and the cost of operations, either by coming up with power efficient pumps or solarization. So if you have any program touching on those areas, we are there for you. We shall also be looking at sanitation. We know sanitation has been neglected for quite some time, so we shall also be working on a sanitation project. In total, this is a limited program. We are looking at 14 projects in the next 1 year or so, and we shall be first come, first served basis. So after this session, going forward, my door will be open, and we shall be expecting proposals from the various WSPs so that we can be able to see how we can help them meet their core objectives. This program, we are not looking at huge infrastructural programs. We are looking at small to medium-sized projects with huge impact. So we shall be looking at programs between 5 million to 50 million Kenya shillings, and these amounts are not cast on stone. If you have a beautiful project with a good repayment ability, beyond 50 million, we can also look at it. The maximum tenure year for this program is 5 years, as you can see in the screen. And you shall have a grace period of around 6 months for you to be able to put things in place before you start paying. The sweet thing about this program is that it's a results-based program with a subsidy. Leonard from Aqua for All will be giving a subsidy of up to 25% of the loan amount. So, because we know this is a very critical sector, sometimes with no sufficient funds, but now Leonard and his team from Aqua for All will be giving a subsidy of up to 25% of the loan amount. In terms of the pricing of the facility, we shall be looking at our base plus a rate of 2%. Our base, as we speak now, is around 14%, so plus 2% is around 16%. I know all of you borrowed money from banks in one way or the other, either as a company or as an individual. And you can attest to the fact that that rate of around 16% is quite concessional, because we at CoBank, we want to improve things, we want to change things in the sector. So apart from the subsidy, there's also another sweetener to it, because we've realized that sometimes we have good programs, we have good projects, but the WSPs themselves, sometimes they don't have the capacity to come up with bankable proposals, proposals that a bank can look at. So Jamil and team from water.org will be giving what we call TA, technical assistance, in terms of looking at the project technically to see whether it's viable, and also financially to test financial viability, to ensure that we only onboard projects that are viable and they can pay for themselves. There on the screen, there is the eligibility criteria. As you can see, for you, this program is targeting WSPs. And the first criteria, you must be a regulated WSP with a valid license from WASREB. Number two, you must have stable governance in place. You must have a board. You know, because the board is the highest decision-making structure in the WSP. So the other thing is that we shall require that you bank with us, because we don't want, you know, to be relying on money from another bank. So at least we shall require that you open an operational account with us, and also an escrow account, whereby you shall be saving money from month to month for the loan repayment. About the project, we shall be looking at the projects, as mentioned earlier, things to do with non-revenue water reduction, energy cost savings, new connectivity, and related things. The project itself must be viable, you know, it must be able to pay for itself. Those are the major things that we shall be looking at. Now we go to the third and the last slide, the loan application process. The first process will be, a WSP will be required to express interest by sending to me or to the bank your proposal and some financials, some cash flow projections and what have you, to support the project. After that, we shall go to the project screening stage, whereby we shall be, myself, the bank, and my partners, WASPA and water.org and Aqua for All, we shall screen further to see how viable the project is. Stage number 3 will be, now Jamila and team that from water.org will now look at the project technically and financially to ensure that it's viable. Then when we are okay, then it will come again to the bank. And again, this process can go concurrently, and we hope that within, maybe from the point of expressing the interest to the point of, actual disbursement should be between 1 to 3 months or thereabout, depending on how quickly you're able to do your thing. So after appraisal, and we are happy about the project is viable, it has the required impact, then we do the disbursement, then other things follow. So basically, that is it about our program, and I really encourage our various WSPs to try this program. It's a first of its kind, and I'm sure we shall make it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before we ask them to step down, comment from especially the WSPs who are represented here. And most of them are actually in need of financing. So Engineer Muguna, Engineer Muguna, Engineer Kahudu, Dr. Tanui, and CP Njiru, is this needed in the WSPs? Is this kind of program needed in the WSPs? Just quickly join us, even as we move on towards the end.
Thank you so much. Actually, we are one of the major beneficiaries of funding from Cooperative Bank. Back 2015, there is an area called Kawa West. Kawa West had not received water for many years, many years, because of its location and based on the way water comes to the city. Now we borrowed the 600 million from Cooperative Bank, and we laid a pipe from Kiambu through Kiambu Ruiru Road to Kamete Junction, Kiambu Ruiru Road, Kamete Junction. Then we laid another line through Kamete Road to Kawa West, all the way to Kenyatta University, because also Kenyatta University was having problems. Kenyatta University Teaching Hospital. And today, all those areas get water by virtue of that loan we took from Cooperative Bank. We are actually we are finishing paying that loan, I think this year, either October or November. We had also taken a loan actually from Cooperative Bank again to do the output-based aid of similar amount, 600 million, to improve sanitation in 12 informal settlements of Nairobi, ran by Kayole Soweto, where we were able to transform Petra trains, around 3,000 Petra trains, into waterborne facilities for the community there. Then there was Molem area in Dadora. There was Canaan again in Dadora. There was Muslim area in Kawangwale. All those areas, there were pit latrine-based areas. So we borrowed again 600 million from Steel Cooperative Bank to improve those areas, because in output-based aid, the World Bank was giving us 60% of the funding, 40% was supposed to come from the company. So the 40% is what we borrowed from Cooperative Bank. Then the World Bank gave us 60% of that money. So what you can see, Bwana Mwanzi presenting here, can benefit very many water companies. Because even the second loan, which I'm talking about, also we are clearing by the end of this month, by the end of this year. So we are clearing a loan worth 1.2 billion from Cooperative Bank in around, I think, 10 or 12 years period. So you can also benefit from this money. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CEO. And for Nyeri, we really appreciate this opportunity to borrow. And as Engineer Mbona has stated, equally as we have benefited from this kind of financing, we did the OBA and currently doing the AOD through the same bank. And not necessarily talking about the same bank, it's the aspect of commercial financing. And I gave an example where Nyeri has come from, where in 2002, we borrowed 1.2 billion, which we continue to pay. And we've seen a lot of improvement in terms of service delivery. And in the spirit of what we say from aid to trade, commercial financing is the way to go. Even at individual level, because you look at ourselves, we earn salaries, most of us or all of us. If you are to do a major investment, you may not do it with a salary directly. the salary will support you to do it. But you may need to go out there and do maybe a bit of borrowing here and there. So we appreciate, and this is the way to go. And we also appreciate the partnership because we have also, through the same, engaged with the Water Fund and the WASLEB. We have tariff, yes, we have valid tariff, but sometimes valid tariffs may not guarantee those capital investments. Thank you.
Yes, I agree with my colleagues that actually commercial funding is a way to go. Most of the projects in water and sanitation is actually capital intensive. And as a WSP, sometimes it's not easy to be able to get that money at once. Because if you look at the turnover annually, you cannot be able to fund those projects. So the better way is for you to get the commercial loans so that you can be able to do the project. And definitely these projects, they will pay for themselves. Because if you look at the returns that these projects gives, they will definitely pay for themselves.
Thank you. As you know, the purpose or the main purpose of coming up with the water companies is to have that commercial acumen in the operations to make it them viable financially. So it's very important now as we try to see how to finance our operations and our capital works. The best way is to go this way of commercial financing. I'm one of the beneficiaries of Cooperative Bank from my previous engagement, where we got a loan of 450 million to construct sewerage. The loan was to be paid for 10 years with a grace period of 1 year. So what I did, we started with Mwanzia. Actually, we have worked together that journey. We opened an escrow account. Instead of waiting for the grace period, I start putting some money in that escrow account. So by the time the end of the grace period, I already accumulated around that of the loan. And there was an element of subsidy from World Bank. So within 3 years, I was able to pay the full amount instead of 10 years because of that arrangement with Manzia. This program, our foreign related for proposal now in my current engagement at Nyandarua. The proposal is to bring water, take water from a dam called Omutia Dam, to bring to Orjorok and part of Nyahururu town, which is now in Nyandarua County. If we manage to get that money, we're able to have a lot of water within Nyandarua, such a way that we're able even to sell back water to even like Kibia and other counties within our area. So to me, this is the best way. Let's WSPs have this. I'm a good ambassador of Cooperative Bank because I've worked with them with that mega project, which we paid for 3 years. So even those who are here and they like to know more about that, you can get in touch with me. I'll show you how to go about it and to navigate this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll invite 1 or 2 questions from the audience so that before I release Mwanzia and the 4 MDs. Is there anyone who has a question? Anyone who have a question on the financing? Yes. Can pass a mic to engineer.
Thank you, engineers. I'm wondering, from Cooperative Bank, do you need a guarantee to be able to issue these loans from a third party, or you just rely on the county government giving you a letter of no objection? Would you like take a guarantee, say from Africa Guarantee Fund or the MANA or any one of those? Thank you.
Any other question? Yeah. Maybe you can come closer. You are still young.
Hi all, I think my question will be on sanitation, yeah? Because you've said the program is also open to sanitation projects. But in terms of sanitation, you've clearly not labeled examples of projects that will be eligible to participate in that. Yeah? Also tied to that, our PPP is also eligible in case a private partner also wants to partner with a WSP to take part in such programs. Thank you.
And then you have the last one.
Thank you, CEO. My name is Pidon Motiga. I work with financial institutions. And it's good to hear from the WSP CEOs that you have been receiving financing from commercial banks. But I want to ask you to just a bit deeper. What are the pain points do you go through when borrowing from these commercial banks? Where do you think that the commercial banks should improve so that they can be able to offer more support in terms of financial loans to WSPs?
Thank you. So we'll have Mwanzia responding to Engineer Mary's question. We'll have Engineer Muguna responding to the last question that have been asked right now. And then there's that one for the young man there. We'll give CPA Dixon to respond.
I'll begin with the question from Engineer Mary about whether this program will require guarantees from third parties. The answer is no, simply because we know that any third party coming in comes at a cost. And this is a sector that is cash constrained. So we do not wish to overburden you with extra cost. Number two, as I've said, I've got around 4 partners coming to join me as a bank to screen the projects, to ensure that we only onboard viable projects. Number two, we shall have what, as we said here about the escrow buildup, we have a repayment mechanism to ensure that you build your repayment over a period of time. Like what CPA Dixon has said, you shall be able to open an escrow account and you build over time, such that at the end of the month, you have enough liquidity to pay for your installment. The other question about sanitation, yes, I've been asked by my partners because they are looking at impact. And we know sanitation has been neglected for quite some time. So sanitation is one. We must do a sanitation project within this year. So it's part of it. The other question you've asked is about the private players, the contractors, and what have you. So as I said from the beginning, this program is for WSPs, but we know WSPs, they cannot be able to implement the project by themselves. So yes, we must work in partnership with the private players, the contractors, the suppliers, and what have you, because this money will not be sent directly to the WSP. This money will be sent to the contractor against IPCs. So yes, private players are part of this program. So when you are tendering to do this project, you will be assured that there is money for it. So you'll have that confidence, because we shall need to make sure that these projects are implemented within the set down timetable. Thank you.
You have answered the extra question that was to be answered, but now let me hear from just to respond to his question, what are the challenges that the WSPs are going through? Maybe quickly, Engineer Muguna, you could tell us?
No, thank you so much again. yes, there are challenges. And the challenges which are there are actually legal problems. If you look at the Constitution section 212, for you to borrow money, you need approval by the county government, your county entity as a water service provider. So for you to borrow money, you need approval from the county government. The county government consists of two arms. There is the executive and there is the assembly. Now, to pass those institutions, you know more than I know what it implies. That's one of the biggest handle. The other one is, so I think somebody was asking about how do you guarantee money if you are not borrowing directly from what this program Bonamonsi is talking about. There is something, those who have done finance, I'm not a finance officer. There is something called debentures. We normally use actually debentures to borrow money. It's not around. It's, those who knows finance, there is something called debentures. Those are the ones we use as a company to borrow money from cooperative bank. But of course also, you must advertise when you are borrowing this money so that you can give an advantage and get the right interest rates from all the banks in Kenya. And what Mwanzia said, sometimes it comes also with some conditions. Cooperative bank may not be the cheapest at times. You get another bank which is cheap, and you are tied to cooperative bank with other ones. And the cooperative bank say, the other bank which want to give you the money says you must move the account to them, your account. Then it becomes another problem. How do you move? The Procurement Act says you must be you must procure their own, you must do everything competitively to give advantage to the other stakeholders. But whoever is winning, it's not your banker. Then he tells you you should move your revenue account to our bank so that we can benefit on night out bowling. It becomes a major problem. You don't know how to resolve it when you reach there. Thank you.
Maybe quickly, if any one of you do you encounter any challenges? I think that's basically what they're asking, borrowing commercial loans from banks.
Okay, thank you, CEO. For the experience we have had in Nyeri, the other challenges, or rather the other challenge you have encountered is through or during the implementation part, because we have some of the contractors who are not able to deliver on time, and you know, this is a program which has even a subsidy. If you don't meet the target, probably you may miss the subsidy. So I think at that level of implementation, if you don't have adequate capacity within, or if you don't do a very good procurement process, you may find yourself with a lot of challenges in terms of even accessing the payments. The other one, which I believe along the way you are able to sort out, is the level of, I don't want to call it bureaucracy, although maybe I have already called it so. In terms of processing the payments, where different parties are involved, and you find kind of there is that aspect of not trusting each other. When we are doing the OBA, we have that issue. We had even to seek a sitting with the top management of the cooperative bank. But after that, when we sorted that, we were able to move very fast. Thank you.
Now that my colleagues have mentioned most of the challenges, I can mention two. First is the issue of payment, although I was able to mitigate that in my previous engagement, because when you get this loan, don't allow that money to come and sit in your account. Be invoicing straight to the bank so that they can pay the supplier. That was the best way to handle that. Last but not the least, the other challenge is about stakeholders' expectations. Once they hear that company A, B, C has received maybe a loan of 1 billion, there will be a lot of expectations. From the political arena, everywhere, there will be many people coming in. And as a CEO, you may find yourself out of that company because they may likely to bring somebody who is more friendlier to come and implement that project. That has been challenges in many. And we have been finding ourselves as CEOs with those challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for them as they stand up to take a photo here. Let's take a photo with the cameraman. And then as they're taking a photo, kindly, I think Cornel Omondi has come. The team that was at Selfish, he's not part of it. So kunya nyumba yangu. I was part of this. So, convert it. So, Cornel Omondi is Cornel Omondi here? The Representative from Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Dr. Stella Wanjala. We've called them for the second time. If they're not here, it's fine. We will move. We'll move again. We'll move on. Are they here? Please come. We don't have time. So this will take short because we had already discussed a lot of the items in. Chukua your microphone. So this session was supposed to be on the other side, but we've combined them together. So just preliminary remarks, and then preliminary remarks, and then we can be able to move on, because most of the items have been discussed. We are only being very, very careful because you cannot come all the way and leave you out. It will be very unfortunate. So please proceed.
Okay.
You can speak while you're seated.
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you very much, CEO of WASPA, for giving.
I hope you're not reading the whole of that.
No, for giving us the opportunity. You remember that at the very opening of this conference, I brought up the issue that President Museveni had mentioned in Uganda. Forget the clean water. Let us look for where that dirty water is. And there is a saying, an African saying, don't chase rats when the house is burning. Focus on the really critical things. And what we want to put forward is that the existential threat to utilities and all sorts of water-dependent services, including irrigation, is catchment destruction. What we want to present is very successful initiatives that have been able to transform farmers from being a problem to the environment. As you know, 65% to 70% of all agricultural and pastoral lands are degraded. And this caused such a critical problem. It was day zero for Nairobi. I don't know how many of you remember when Ndakaini Dam was down to 10%. That was only reversed because three things happened. Coca-Cola and East African breweries complained to the government. They were going to shut down and leave this country. So the government was forced to act and put together Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Water, and several county governments that were supported by TNC to come up with this restoration model where farmers were provided water harvesting structures on their farms. So they stopped abstracting. And as Engineer Muguna mentioned, they also provided them with seedlings and so on, forward contracts for agricultural production that was not destructive to the catchment. So this model has now been adopted in Eldoret, Iten, 17 other countries, but it's also coming to Yala Nyando. In fact, just this week, the government has signed an agreement of 34 billion shillings seeking to extend this model to these other Yala Nyando. So we shall be receiving, first of all, a presentation from Alan Tuwei, who will present what they are doing at the Eldoret Iten Water Fund, and then we will get some questions and answers that will help to elucidate on this matter. Thank you.
Maybe as you're waiting for her, for him, you can give her to...
Okay, Susan and the MD. Oh, just come. Maybe, okay, one of the big challenges that we have faced in all these projects, I don't know how many of you have been involved in major water infrastructure projects. The biggest challenge is often not the engineering, not the design, not the finance. The biggest delay comes because of disaffected communities. They can hold up the project for months. And in the case of Eldoret Iten, there has been a very good experience on how you can engage communities early on upstream in order to protect the downstream investments. You know, this has also happened in quite a number of places. So Mary, I don't know if you can be able to tell us what the women in Yala Nyando have already been able to do. Yes, as he gets his presentation.
Thank you so much, Engineer. My name is Mary Mariga from Kakamega Water Company, and we have also been working quite closely with the Nature Conservancy in trying to conserve the catchment area. Actually, the communities are vital in any conservation effort because they're the ones who own that area. They even know the local name of that particular place, which most conservatives may not know. So involving the community is very important. They have to trust you. They have to know that whatever you have come to do is for their benefit. So when you start the conservation activity, you make sure you involve them right from the start. Don't just start putting billboards and, advertising it without making them understand. So we involve the community by really engaging them in a lot of capacity building and even taught them on what to do to improve on the economics as they conserve the area. And we made them know that the project was theirs. It was not ours. And so far, I think it's the right model and it's the way for Kenya and actually Africa to go. Thank you.
Okay, you can give
so, is the presentation ready? You can make your comments as you're waiting for your remarks as you're waiting for the presentation.
Okay, and to demonstrate how effective this stakeholder engagement, farmer engagement in particular, how effective it has been. For Upper Tana, Nairobi, they were expecting to have 15,000 to 18,000 farmers join. Do you know how many have joined the platform now? Not 50,000, not 100,000. More than 250,000, 260,000 farmers, yes, are now on the platform. For Eldoret Iten, our anticipation was that by midterm, which is about now, there would be just about 3,000 to 5,000 farmers. To date, almost 50,000 have joined. Many of them are just doing it out of an interest because they have seen their land is getting degraded. I mean, this does not come for free. The degradation that we find in the systems is coming from their land, and it is the soil on their land that is causing this problem. So they have seen the value of of joining, even without any handout or any tangible input. So they join in order to learn, in order to be part of the process. So, okay. So maybe he can give you the technical presentation now.
Yes. Okay. Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Alan Tuwei. I work for the Eldoret and Water Fund, a public-private partnership that is being implemented by elders in collaboration with the Nature Conservancy. So that's our short agenda, because for the interest of time, Engineer Muguna had talked about a water funds model that's 9 years old now in Nairobi, called Nairobi Apatana. A water funds model creates a system whereby the municipal utilities or the water service providers are able to mobilize resources downstream with the businesses and take them up to the catchment or to the landowners so that they do conservation, so that we still enjoy this product called water. It has been proved that water funds model attracts funding. So the seed funds that you invest into the water funds model has proved to work until other interested parties are coming in with a lot of money to invest on it. That's why Apatana is 9 years old, and it only started as a Eldoret water fund as 2.5 years old. When you look at that structure, that is now the real image of water funds. We have the downstream users as the contributors, and then they contribute the incentives into the endowment as endowment fund that's used to buy the materials that Engineer Muguna has talked about. That's the trees, support grasses for the terraces and all those, given to the landowners to do conservation, and the output of that is improved water quality and quantity. And all this is made a success by a proper governance at the center there. So the governance does the monitoring of the impact and again allocates the resources. So the goal is to harness the ability of nature, the ecosystem, to capture the sediments. So we are not doing the chemical treatment, we are doing we are leveraging on natural systems to treat water, and it's actually affordable. And then now in the long run, you have clean water at sufficient, and we may not have the issues of water shortage and all those in future. Water funds model has 3 strategies: to protect the land, oceans, and fresh waters, and tackling climate change that everybody is speaking about, then providing food and water sustainability. As we do conservation, we are giving out materials that are able to improve the livelihoods of the landowners. And then the enhanced approach that the water funds model is still using is to build capacity on water service providers. That's why we are here, so that they go and implement this model at various points, and the ultimate goal is clean water and enough water. Yes, 3 Fs for 3 Cs: fixing farms and forests, for clean water, community benefits, and conserve nature. We have 17 water funds in Africa. 2 of them are independent, and 15 are partner-led. So the 2 that are independent is Cape Town. I think there's a day somebody mentioned about Cape Town. They had an issue of water, but water funds model has resolved that problem. That's why we're no longer hearing about it. And then the other one is Apatana Water Fund that Engineer Muguna spoke about. That's 9 years old, and Engineer Muguna will have told us that at the moment, if they check on the stock of chemicals they used to before to treat alum, previously and now, it has gone down because of these nature-based solutions. So 15 as partner-led, including the Eldoret E10 Water Fund. That's the map showing the distribution of those water funds. Water funds has a cycle. You invest a lot on pre-feasibility, feasibility, and design. And that's now where the donor funds come in, because you will attract public funds when your systems are working. So at implementation stage is where now we give out the materials, and that's now where we are as a Eldoret E10 Water Fund. Why water funds? It is stakeholder driven. You bring together all the stakeholders to come with interested goal of cleaning water and having enough water to run this model. So it focuses on nature-based approach. We're just harnessing the nature. I think I talked about that. So the case study is a Loreton Water Fund, which is learning from Upper Tana Water Fund, and the goal is to restore the degraded lands. The funding that we started with, or that we are still implementing up to date, is $2.63 million that we got from GEF, the Global Environmental Facility, through being implemented by IFAD, and then IFAD subgranted the Nature Conservancy, and then the Nature Conservancy subgranted LDOAS, which we are now 2.5 years old. And it has attracted a co-financing of $24.77 million I think the economists will put it as it's a bankable model. So focal areas or the catchments is Eldoret Water and Iten. So those are the people who are going to benefit from the outcome of these conservation efforts. That's our map. We did during feasibility, we mapped to know the degraded areas and put a lot of focus in those sites in planting trees and doing the sustainable land management practices. We have targets. We want to put under improved management at 5,138 hectares of protected areas. These are the forests, and then 19,000 of degraded lands. And out of these 19,000, 15,000 hectares is on protected areas, 3,500 is on farmlands, and 500 hectares is in wetlands. And then landscapes to be put under improved management. We are also having a component of biodiversity, and that one is 5,862, which covers now the wetlands, and if you do conservation well, you'll have the biodiversity coming back. And then 10,000 hectares now on the farmlands. Yeah, we have the component of improved livelihood. I think you can see from the other side. That's drip irrigation. And then there's also this issue coming up on carbon. So if we do all our things right and conserve all those hectarage, we are able to sequester 400 metric tons of carbon, and directly and indirectly to 54.5 million. Our target is 130,000 people. Those are our achievements. I'll not talk about. The dashboards are clear. We've reached that 6,000. In 2.5 years, we've reached that 6,000 people. So it's buy-in is 100%. We were expecting to be at around 5,000 now, but we are at that 6,000. Not for the interest of time, those are our successes. And then now, partnership. We work with the indigenous communities and the Ogiek, Cherangani, and the Sengwer. And the reason we are working with is to integrate the indigenous knowledge into the nature-based solutions. And this one will improve also the buy-in by the community. You can see, I know you can relate those images over there. We've moved that 3 stones cook stove to this modern one. And this is actually the indigenous knowledge that is helping us. This one is climate smart, the other one is not. You can use one fuel wood, the other one you use around 5. Our mothers and sisters will have enough time to do other things other than going to the forest. And then again, the framework for engagement is a free, prior informed consent that we have there. We sign with the indigenous people. Development partners understands the reason why FPIC is very important, and then we give them an IPAP, the Indigenous People Action Plan, that is going to improve their livelihood as they implement these nature-based solutions. And then we work with the counties through the County Advisory Committee, and you can see that image. We've moved from the log to the modern beehives that has really improved on the productivity of beehives. I can tell you, when you want to harvest honey in this old technology of beehives, you have to fall down that tree. So if you have like 100 beehives, how many trees are falling down? So that's now what we want to resolve using the modern beehives that are produced by the Ogiek. Takeaways, community involvement is key. Collaboration is good with partners. So if you want to go fast, walk alone. If you want to go far, work with people. The strong scientific analysis to guide nature-based solutions is also key. We work with the academia, University of Eldoret and Moi University to run this water funds model. Active participation of private sector. We've actually attracted finances from Koch and other private partners to finance these nature-based solutions. You should have a structured engagement. For instance, the FPIC and the IPAP, that helps. Then the policy review to dedicate the percentage of tariff. So it's a big request to the water utilities and WASREB that we need to also focus at the catchment. Other than focusing a lot on the tap, we need to also focus on the source of the water. Then evidence-based monitoring, we have very strong M&E to track the impact and to see how these nature-based solutions are actually helping us achieve our goals. Then engaging the champions. You can see those images. We have Faith Kipegon distributing trees, and then we have our First Lady planting trees. So that's, then on sustainability of the water fund, we need a strong governance, water tariffs, endowment fund, community engagement, and any other idea is still welcome for this. Those are our partners. Thank you so much.
I'll not allow them to ask questions. Please just stand up, we take a photo. And I'll tell you why. We didn't have time, but what the cameraman is not cameraing. The reason we gave this team an opportunity is because of what they are doing in catchment areas. And at times, yes, karibu daktari. And at times we spend so much money or looking for money elsewhere. You've heard the kind of money they're talking about. Is that little money? That's a lot of money. Thank you so much, engineer. That's a lot of money. That money is available with Nature Kenya and etc. So, chairman uko Rivayala, wako na pesa, all the way to the mountain, all the way to the coast. So for us to conserve our catchment areas, we have people who can do, and you can see how much they have done. So that's the reason why we had to give them at least an opportunity. For all the WSP represented here, please, let's get in touch with them. Let's see how we can be able to work together and put this to the next level. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our conference. Let's put our hands together. So I'm assuming those clubs were to say good riddance. So we have resolutions for this conference. I'm going to read them just now. We want to thank the team from STC. They put up quite a number of hours in bringing this to a conclusion. And are the resolutions already there? You have them? Okay, you can shoot them so that we can save time. Then after this, I'm going to welcome our chairman, who will invite the chief guest, the CC Water representing the governor, so that she can close this officially on behalf of the governor. So this is our the conference theme and sub-themes. The theme was innovative financing models. I think we've exhausted that exhaustively. Technology and innovation for sustainable pathways to climate-smart water and sanitation solutions and investments. We've discussed that extensively, and I think each one of us is going back home with something. Innovative financing, exploring public-private partnerships, private-initiated projects, blended finance models, green bonds to mobilize resources for climate-resilient water and sanitation, policy innovation and governance for resilient, sustainable water and sanitation, emerging technology, innovation, AI, and big data for climate-resilient water resource solutions, innovations, technologies, AI, and big data. Is that repeated? No, it's different. Sorry, there are some people who are using the helipad, so that's why you're hearing helicopters coming, but they are not our guests. Climate impacts on water resources, irrigation and sanitation, research and capital strengthening for sustainable climate-smart solutions. These were our sub-themes. Nisaidie manake ni kama imekwama. Okay, there we go. So sub-theme 1, these are the conference resolutions. That utilities and institutions will strengthen governance, transparency, and data reliability to attract blended financing, PPPs, PIPs, and de-risk the sector, ensuring strong local ownership with private sector partnerships. Do you all agree with that? If all of the opinion can say, if yeah, that one, you can say yeah. You say aye. Yes. Sub-theme 2. That was integrating climatic risk and assessments. So we are saying WASH policies and frameworks should integrate climate risk assessments and adaptation strategies, shifting to performance-driven governance with inclusive decision-making that prioritizes gender equity and community participation. Of the opinion? Aye. Okay. Sub-theme 3. Kenya's WASH sector will adopt people-centered, climate-smart, and financially viable solutions by combining emerging technologies with local knowledge and robust governance frameworks. Oh, Iyo. There? Say aye. It's our. So for the sub. Yes. So the sub-theme 4, actors in WASH sector. Actors in WASH sector will leverage IoT, AI, and big data for real-time monitoring and predictive climate risk management in WASH system, while fostering cross-sectoral partnership for scalable climate-resilient sanitation resolutions. I don't know how many people went to the exhibitions, but there is one guy who has one company that is doing an ultrasonic meter, R400. I think WASREB recommended is R200, 250? R250. They are at R400. And the speeds are just amazing. And it is not as pricey as you would think. But the CS told them that they need to look at their pricing for them to make sense. Though we know there is quite a number of manufacturers who have brought their prices down, there's still a lot of work to be done. So this is very critical for us, especially for the last mile. Then sub-theme 5, sector will advance interdisciplinary, multi-sectorial, and co-created research addressing local climate resilient challenges while investing in capacity strengthening for policymakers, practitioners, and communities to scale climate-smart WASH innovations. Semeni aye. Emerging theme. This is something now that came up after all the discussions from the sub-themes. There is another emerging theme that is coming up, that the sector will mainstream participation of youth, women in STEM. Last night, how many were in the gala dinner? Wasn't that a story to tell? 2 young girls who live deep in Peketoni, where there is no electricity from the grid, and therefore they cannot pump water into their parents' house, which is on the, I think, first floor, decided to be innovative and do what? And provide water solutions. It reminded me of a story of a guy from, I think, Botswana. They even made a movie about him, Harnessing the Wind. Ever heard of such a movie? Now, these girls just reminded me that. That is so refreshing. If there is nothing else you get from this conference, is that we still have a hope for the future of this country with such kind of innovations. So we are saying from the Imagine sub-theme, we will support the youth, and I think Engineer Maitha was the first one to raise up her hand. All the people who raised up their hands, led by Engineer Muguna, please, we are going to send me your number. Send me a text on my number. My number is 0721 453 146. I'll repeat it. Or these guys will put my number there. Send in just a note saying support for the Mpeketoni girls. Just that. We'll form a group, and then we'll be able to coalesce all that together, start a fund. Those girls, even if they have to go to Harvard, they will go to Harvard because of our effort. MIT, they will go because of. Do you agree with that? Yeah. So, hao mavijana wako hapo nyuma, chezeni kidogo, mkimaliza hapa mweke namba yangu, hawa wangwana waeke, alafu tusaidia watoto. You are saying informal service providers, school children. Do you know why we put school children? WASPA has moved just not from the women where we have sisters. We've moved not only sisters alone, and the sisters that Chairman said yesterday, not the other sisters. The one he mentioned, sisters with a different typing. Then we have now the WSP's MDs, women MDs, have formed a ladies caucus led by Lucy Wahito of Kisii. And I saw MD Lucy here. June, sorry. June and Jen. No, June is there. June is there. And I've seen Jen. And I think Wasreb were to give, June, is that what you told me? That you are supposed to be awarded something? I don't know. You will tell us before we finish so that we don't mess up something. So we have gone to the Science Congress. So WASPA is supporting the Science Congress for innovations that have got to do with water and sanitation. So the future is with us. I would like to ask groups like SNV to come and very strongly support this because the future is bright. Women leaders in what sector have mentioned about the Women MDs caucus, utilizing behavior change, case studies, benchmarking, and incentive to advance equitable water and sanitation service delivery. Colors. Imeisha. Imagine imeisha. Tumemaliza. Let's put our hands together for all of us. Wow. Waswahili husema kilicho na mwanzo kina nini? So alamsiki kwetu sote, kaditamati tumefika. Tunashukuru nyote. I have forgotten there are people who don't hear Kiswahili. We are saying thank you so much. We have reached finally the end of our conference 2025. God willing, the next Watson will be in 2027. We believe will be better, bigger. Things would have changed. We'll have better reports. We'll have a better impact report. NRW will be at 20%. By the way, dreams are valid. It can happen. If we put together the things we have had in this conference, it is doable. Penetration in sanitation after Nairobi River have done what they are doing, and what Engineer Muguna has said, I believe sanitation penetration should be above 50%. Imagine it is possible. Where there is a will, there is a way. So I was looking for my team, the staff from WASPA. I know they are up and down, but let's put our hands together to the staff of WASPA in advance. Haven't they done a good job? STC also, let's put our hands for the STC. We appreciated international guests. We keep appreciating them every day. We are appreciating them again today. We have the Ministry of Water also. We want to appreciate you. Council of Governors, we have the CECs. I can see the CEC from Nyamira. My brother Matiangi. Stand up, usalimia nyote mkono. They are saying that certain things that have never been conferred to others, they also now want them. My brother Matiangi, may the Lord bless you. And I've seen, where is the other CC? I saw the CC for Kitui. How he has left? Okay. So all the CC that have been with us, and the chief officers, I think the chief officer for Tharaka has been with us throughout. Asante sana, chief. And everyone else I could have left. Who have I left? CEOs, MDs, chairmen of board members of the different tiers, sagas, of course, MDs of water companies and their staffs, exhibitors who have come out from outside the country, exhibitors from local companies. You have had good news. You must be very happy that all the funding, for example, for COP will be coming to you, not to the WSP to pay you, but paying you directly. Isn't that a good thing? And that's the reason why you need to join WASPA. WASPA is comprised of all the regulated companies and associate members, who includes banks, finance institutions, private manufacturers, private suppliers, and with that you'll be able to get this traction, because that is the only way we'll be able to build this industry. I've spoken enough for the last 5 days. I cannot speak anymore. Kiama, where is lunch? Lunch is here. So after Waziri closes, lunch is on this side. I want also to thank the board of WASPA, the EC, asanteni sana. Without your approvals on most of these things, your support, your advice, your wisdom, would not have gotten to where we are. So I know we are tired. Before I forget, I have my MCs, Jesse and Carlos. Where are you? Where is Carlos? Carlos? Carlos the Jackal. He's disappeared like Carlos the Jackal. Please, let's put our hands together for engineer. These are staff in our water company. He's the technical manager, Mavoko, and Carlos is a corporate manager at Central Rift Waterworks Agency. So, and the Waterworks agencies, thank you very much, from the Coast Water, who are our host. And from me, the rest of the team, it's a bye-bye until 2027, God willing. Same time, same place, or same region, or somewhere else, but bigger and better. Si hata mimi nichape kama kofi kidogo. Sasa kwa heshima na taadhima, naomba kualika chairman wetu ambaye pia ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa kampuni ya maji na maji safi na maji taka ya Kisumu County atuletie. Today is Friday in Mombasa. We normally have biryani and pilau. Don't settle for anything else. So if you don't have it, Waziri will show you where to have it. Karibu chairman.
Good afternoon. The Ministry of Water, represented by engineer, the Council of Governors who have been with us, very supportive, the county government of Mombasa, our good hosts, WASPA executive, WASPA members, associate members, the student individual members. We appreciate all of you, our development partners, bilateral partners. It's been an intense 5 days, very intense, and we want to appreciate all of you for actively participating in this unique international conference. It is my belief that all of us, we have takeaways apart from the general conference resolutions. All of us, we have take-homes that are going to impact the organizations that we represent. I believe we have solutions for some of the challenges that we face in our organizations. This should not just be a one-week affair. Let's continue the conversations as we count down to 2027. In our next conference, the first agenda will be to project the resolutions and track where we are with those resolutions, so that these conferences make sense. They're not just talk shows. Very important is the challenges that have been thrown to us. Very, very important. Let's reflect and see how we are going to overcome those challenges. Financial management, non-revenue water, and others that have been discussed here. Adoption of technology is very, very key. Adoption of technology is very, 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 very key. And I want to say that in our utilities, because I know my members, we no longer rely on institutional memory. We have adopted technology. We have mapped our networks. So it doesn't matter who is there. If you come, you'll know where our pipelines are. And we can come up with interventions on the same. We were supposed to launch the WASPA handbook in this conference. We were not able to do that because we were caught up with time. We could not reach some of the resource persons who we wanted to help us in developing the content. So that preparation is ongoing, and once it's ready, we will organize for a launch of the WASPA handbook, celebrating our 20 years as an association, and of course, having an impact in the water sector. Allow me now to invite the chief guest, Waziri Emily Achieng, the CECM Water, Mombasa County, so that she can give her remarks and officially close Kenya Watson International Conference 2025, and also invite us to explore the county of Mombasa. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and Anthony, the hockey player. Good people, good afternoon. If you're still here from Tuesday, please clap for yourself. You are the ambassadors of this sector, and we appreciate that. On behalf of the county government of Mombasa, ours is to appreciate your participation. You came, you listened, you shared your story, and most importantly, you committed to doing better. And as the chair has said, in the next conference in 2027, we would start by giving feedback of what we have done. Yesterday, I was seated next to the MD Marsabit, and he whispered that he would like to host the next conference. We all welcome that because we want to tembea Kenya. But just in case you decide to come back to Mombasa, we welcome you with open arms. So for today, I'm hosting a chair of a CEC caucus on water, and we will give him the honor to officially close the conference. So mine, once again, is to welcome you to explore Mombasa. Today, the weather is good for those who want to go swimming. So please take time in the afternoon to explore the beach. Before I call Waziri Dr. Matiang'i, from myself and the county government of Mombasa, tunasema kwaheri ya kuonana. Now it's my humble opinion to welcome Dr. Matiang'i, the chair of the CEC Caucus on Water, Environment and Climate Change. Karibu.
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a rare chance that I have had to give a word of closure of this wonderful international workshop here in Mombasa. Reason why I say it's a rare chance. My county is the one that is having the youngest water service provider in Kenya now, which starts off on 1st of July, next month. So we are celebrating. We are celebrating our start. We worked out with WASREP and other partners to make sure that we will fulfill the constitutional mandate of Chapter 4, Part 11, A and B of the function of water and sanitation as a county. Now, officially, WASCO, a water company that has been serving across county Nyamira and Kisii, is bidding us by, and it will be wound by 1st of July. It will never be working again. I thank the engineer who is also seated there, Engineer Kigutu, who has worked with us all the time, and I hope he will release our tariff right before 1st of July so that we can proceed to work. I've been given one chance just to say a word of closure. I've been seated here yesterday. I was seated somewhere here, listening to all the presentations that have taken place here, and I'm very happy to have joined this meeting. We thought that all the CCMs could have attended this meeting, but we received the communication. Normally, we must send it to COG for COG to communicate officially to us. When I sent it, the mail that was to allow us come here from COG came in late. Actually, you are starting the conference. But I had to struggle and get here as their chairman so that I can give them feedback. Allow me to read a small speech that I have drafted to close the meeting. But before I read it, I thank the governor, Mombasa County, his government and the Department of Water, led by our sister who was left here, Waziri. I've walked through their area where they have displayed what they are doing, and I was really happy about it. I borrowed a lot that I'm going to do in Nyamira. When you look at what has been done, distinguished guests, delegates, partners, colleagues, and friends, it is my honor and pleasure to stand before you this afternoon during this symbolic closing ceremony at the WASPA International Conference. This moment is more than ceremonial. It represents our collective transition towards a stronger, more sustainable, and a better financed water service provision in Kenya. As we have heard throughout this conference, our water service providers face a host of challenges, from limited funding, climate impacts, and infrastructure gaps, to governance and capacity issues. They are not unique to one region or a county. They affect all of us. Yet, what is encouraging is the shared commitment and solutions emerging from forums like this. We have seen innovation, public-private partnership, donor collaboration, and peer learning, all pointing us to one direction and progress. As we cross over today, let this moment renew our resolve that every Kenyan, regardless of location or income, deserves access to clean, reliable, and affordable water. For us in Nyamira County, we take this challenge seriously, and we will continue to walk this journey with our WSPs and stakeholders. Let us move forward together in unity, resilience, and action. May God bless you as you live here, and may all those who have participated be blessed as we again focus on the next meeting of such a kind. God bless you all.
We are done. I don't know what else is. Or maybe you need a bishop. Do you have a bishop here who can pray for us? There's a bishop. Oh, bishop, yes. Oh, but he has, I think one has come. Yeah.
Let us all be upstanding for a word of prayer. We want to thank you, dear Lord, for giving us such a wonderful opportunity to interact together and also to share experiences and achievements. And we want to thank you for this gathering that has been brought here by WASPA the whole of this week. And we are celebrating many, many things that we have done together as water service providers. And we have seen and challenged one another in many areas. We are going out challenged and changed, and also having new energies so that we can work together to provide clean water to our people. We want to thank you for the services that has been given at this place. This hotel has given us good service, and want to pray that we are going to bless them. As we now embark on our journeys to go back to our respective places where we serve and give clean water, we pray that you are going to give us traveling journey mercies. And when you give us another chance to meet together the way we have done here, we'll thank your holy name. Bless us all and bless our country, Kenya. And this is our prayer of faith in Jesus' mighty name. Shall we all say amen? And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. I'm Reverend Captain Kibuti, our board member, a board of director, Ruiru Juja Water. Welcome to Ruiru. God bless you.
Asanteni na kwaherini.